Hello, it's me. An Evie. It's an Evie and I'm here to stream me. Let's get started. No fussing around this time. My audio is working, so, you know. Can't go wrong with that. Let's finish Factory Zero. Okay. We had just left off having dealt with Quinn. That means our objective is return to the morgue and find out if the jury rigging worked. Oh shit. I forgot these guys were here. Okay. Next time he turns around, I should be able to knock them both out. I've got the charges for it. Come on, buddy. No, don't come over here. Hey, you know what? It's gonna have to do. Yay! Way too close for my liking. No, thank you. Back through detention to get through to the morgue.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled.
But does Jensen have the, like, cloven feats?
Access granted.
Huh. Okay. Trolls seem to be gone. Oh no, okay, there's a pair over there. Slink away. Where are the patrol bots as well?
Please, let me out! I've done nothing wrong! You'll pay for this!
Oh yeah, here comes trouble. Okay, and now it's just the turrets to deal with.
你不能把我关在这里。I've answered all your questions. Please, let me go.
Activating security scan.
Ah. Patiently wait. This is how you can kind of tell it's a relic of the PS3 and 360 era. As you know, they would have had to actually, like, they would have used every second of this to, like, stream in assets.
Subject.
And that's what they talked about.
Access granted.
They didn't want any hard loads in the DLC.
You can't communicate shopping with an animal.
Okay. Can I release her now? I don't think I can.
Please, let me go. I just want to go home.
Okay, through the morgue. Retinal scanner.
Access granted.
Controller disconnected. My battery died. Plugged in, we're fine.
This is an elevator, of course, that's going down, and it's one of the few times where we could actually make this very directed flow of whatever happens outside of the elevator. So when you go down, you see all of this animated stuff going on. There's that base, there's that submarine going on. It's all planned to be awesome looking at that point. We had a similar thing planned in the first game when you were supposed to go from upper Angsha to lower Angsha, but it turned out that we had to cut upper Angsha, so that awesome elevator ride got cut off in the process. So it was fun to this time around try to do it again here, which we think, even though it takes a bit of time to do those things, it's such a nice visual moment just to see this big thing and then have the important story reveal down there. It's really a nice way of pacing.
Of really showcasing what we wanted to do, because we did want that whole feel of you're descending into the depths of this dark secret that's happening, and that enabled us to do it. And I'd just like to point out, in case you weren't noticing, when that sub left, that was Gary Savage inside that sub, so that kind of explains why you don't find him down in the lab.
Yeah, they were talking about how you had to go get the eye so they could actually, like, make all of that happen as well. And that is a very good moment.
In a well-concealed elevator inside the prison's restricted wing. Your gun-running neural engineer deserves a raise.
I take it the eye worked then. Good. Now listen, if what you say is true, if Burke really is using the prisoners here as lab rats, I need proof. Hard evidence that I can take to Interpol.
An entire prison full of kidnapped civilians isn't enough?
You're an ex-cop, Jensen, you tell me. How many death row inmates crying on about their innocence have you seen getting out?
Point taken. I'll see what I can find.
Find evidence to give Interpol. Man, this is like deep in the restricted ring. Engineering this to survive at these depths would be, it'd be nuts.
On the other side of that window, you see this robot arm trying to do something with those cells that needs to be cooled down or something like that. We don't quite know what it is exactly, but it's something
to
technical
do.
and cool.
Something to do with the secret lab.
Probably something to do with this entire installation. Now, this robot arms actually took a long time to do, but it was made by Philippe Desrosiers, the lead modeler, on his own time, actually, not on work time. It's something that he wanted to do. He spent probably the equivalent of 20 entire days on that thing.
Wow.
What the hell?
It's actually a robot that it's not animated. It's actually a robot that plan what it's doing with our internal interactive system. It's like a robot done with the most complicated way possible, but it's cool. Like it does stuff, and you could look at it try to do thing with those batteries.
Try and figure out what it's doing.
Yeah, and it's doing not something really interesting in the end, but it's a really, really cool robot arms, and it's cool that we could manage to do these animated stuff the way they are.
The extra props and stuff definitely do give it life. Spending so much time on this asset though. That's dedication. Oh, Jesus.
So
Okay.
here we are inside a very, very important story room. This entire room was basically created to help convey the real story we wanted. We had so much we wanted to express here that this is a top secret research base tied with VersaLife. If you look very carefully, you might find some clues about that here. And it was really to just kind of show off a lot of what we were unable to show off in HR in the Omega Ranch facility. So we wanted to really get across a lot of that idea of the experimentation that's going on here, on human experimentation. We wanted to put in all the ties to the Hyron project. In the corner you can see parts of the boss that you're actually going to fight later. And one of the really, really cool things is what we call those surface tables, these holographic tables. And every single one of them, if you have the right device that will activate them, they kind of even in themselves tell even more story. I think one is talking about a secret moon base that's going on. One of them is showing the locations of all the Hyron projects that exist in our universe, and all the Panchaea projects, because there's more than one. But all of that secret stuff that's hidden throughout this, all just to basically tell this depth of story if you just spend the time looking at it.
Artistically, this is by far the most expensive room we've made because of all of these details. We probably have there's an artist who worked exclusively on this room and the elevator ride just before for the entirety of the project, which means around 13 weeks to do all of this.
Wow. That's bonkers. And yeah, you can see the, like, Hyron outfits here. You've got, some of the kidnapped women.
Please. Please don't leave me like this. No hope.
I have some of the data storage devices, so let's see. So these are all of the Panchaea projects. There was supposed to be one at the... Is it one at the North Pole? It's all positioned throughout the ocean, though. Classified launch final phase. And then... This one is... Oh, they've buried something inside of Ayers Rock? It's another Hyron computer. That's kind of fucked up. Uluru is a sacred site. That's fucked. Oh, that is turbo fucked. Jesus. More of the Hyron suits. Do I have any of the unlocking devices? Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to access that. Oh! And there's a third storage device that looks like an Xbox. Something on the lab computer.
Sorry. So sorry. Don't hurt me.
SGS UL. Bob Page.
So cold.
Heaven is almost sent to open to the public. Needs I'm looking into.
So cold.
Numbers we're seeing, the losses are unacceptable. But I shudder to think of what it would be like without someone new on the team. I know I haven't assuaged your concerns.
Can't take anymore. Want to die. Be free.
Refugee Kiwi. Oh, she's a New Zealander. Huh.
I'm sorry. So sorry. Don't hurt me.
Apply requisitions to VersaLife.
So cold.
Peter Burke. Let's see. Charismatic leader, iron-willed, detail-oriented, exhibits fairly sexist tendencies. Yep, that tracks. The third storage device must go on this bit here. Learned scholar. When the proofs, the figures were arranged in the columns before me. Moonbase Omega. And another Hiron project as well.
So the one issue for me in this lab was this was where we had to put our Kavanaugh, the Dr. Kavanaugh, Tiffany Kavanaugh, who's a very important character for the story. And when we were originally looking at it, I really kind of wanted her off separated in her own room because we needed to kind of have it make sense from a story perspective how you can come into this room and do whatever the heck you want and she doesn't pay any attention. So it was a bit of a challenge because we had such a small space that we could work with.
Yeah. One of the things that ended up happening was we ended up having art constraints a little bit. Just on size, we couldn't make 2 huge story rooms. We could only really have one.
There were also those glasses. We were supposed to enclose it in glass, but it transparency costs a lot to the current generation graphic cards. And we couldn't, there was so much stuff going on in that room that we had to get rid of that glass, and yeah.
Yeah, and another problem was the generation of chaos from the player. We couldn't have him shooting a machine gun all over the place, and then you could maybe possibly kill Kavanaugh, which was also a really big no-no. So we ended up taking away the holster, force holster on the weapon, so that's a little bit annoying.
And then we tried to sell the fact that she doesn't see you by having her positioned her back to you and have her absorbed in her work. I always kind of wanted her to have headphones on, like she's trying to listen to music or something. But we hopefully sold it a bit in terms of the custom animation that we created for her, so that when you actually go, she kind of jumps like she's really scared and was absorbed in her work.
Yeah,
So
I think it worked out.
And it's interesting how much focus you have to put on something like that just to try and sell it when you know the player can do anything they want.
I know that they had to do a lot of that stuff for, like, story reasons, right? Like, you've got to protect these characters. I don't know. There's a part of me that also feels like, oh, it kind of doesn't reflect, like, that they are trusting the player to make decisions and stuff like that. But this is also not as open-ended as something like a Fallout New Vegas or what have you, that just, like, it supports all of that chaos because of its open-ended nature. Okay, Kavanaugh, what's good?
Quite the house of horrors you got here, Doc.
Oh, jeez.
You letting anyone in, or just women?
Who are you? How'd you get down here? This is a restricted area.
Obviously. You wouldn't want the rank and file knowing what kind of sick experimentation is going on down here.
No, You don't understand. I'm not.
Where's Burke? And your research partner, Savage?
Burke went back up to the base. And Gary left. Told me to be smart, keep my mouth shut, and do whatever Burke tells me to do. For now.
For now? I heard the three of you talking up there in the morgue. Sounded like you don't exactly fit in here, Dr.
Kavanagh. And who the fuck are you?
The name's Jensen. I came here looking for someone. Megan Reed.
Reed? I've seen her research. Gary thinks it could be the key we're missing. If she can be convinced to come here.
Megan Reed was kidnapped, Kavanagh. Violently. As was her entire scientific team and the dozens of women you've been torturing down here.
No! You don't understand. I'm trying to save them. Gary and I, we were sent here to put the OCM project back on track. It wasn't until we got here that we realized what that meant, and by then it was too late.
She is not... she doesn't have a New Zealand accent. That is an Australian accent. That is a 100% Australian accent. It's not close enough, people. There is differences.
OCM.
What is the OCM? Yeah.
What does it mean?
Organic Computational Matrix. It's a means of cross-connecting living brain tissue and artificial intelligence systems to create a supercomputer of unparalleled capability. Part flesh, part silicon.
That's what you're doing down here, turning prisoners into computer parts.
Human brain activity has to be integrated with the technology, or else it won't work. Even DARPA knew that.
What does DARPA have
What
to
does
do with
DARPA
this?
have to do with this?
Nothing. Not directly. In 2007, they started looking for research partners to help develop an artificial cognitive science program that could increase a soldier's situational awareness in the field. A number of private sector companies submitted proposals.
Bell Tower being one of them.
No, Bell Tower was a private military corporation. DARPA wanted researchers. But one of the companies who did submit something was a biotech corporation that deals with Bell Tower. And they believed a successful program could be designed if it could be wired directly into the soldiers' brains. DARPA wasn't willing to go that far.
So this biotech company took the idea to Bell Tower.
A corporation that, being privately funded, doesn't have to concern itself with political or ethical debate.
And could this biotech company be VersaLife? The thing that's implanted on... They were talking earlier about, oh, we tried to hint at it's VersaLife, you know? It's on her uniform. It's just there. It's there. What? That's not hinting at it. That's very explicitly saying it's VersaLife.
You seem to think Megan's research is integral to salvaging this project of yours. Why?
It's not my project. Had I known before I came here...
Right, just answer the question.
We're experiencing cross-systemic failures with the tech. Over time, subjects implanted with OCM augmentations suffer complete neurological breakdown. They pretty much burn up from the inside. Gary thinks it's a problem with the acceptance of the P-dot array.
I've heard that phrase before.
It's the building block of modern neuro-augmentations. Dr. Reed's been reshaping it, changing the way it bonds with living tissue. The mutagenic gene combination she's introduced into it, well, frankly, it's astonishing.
Enough to warrant her kidnapping? So she'd be forced to work on this project with you?
She's not on this project. I don't know what she's doing or where she is. This is the first time anyone's ever mentioned kidnapping.
Hi. How many prisoners are being wired into this
Just how
thing?
many prisoners are being wired into this thing?
I don't know. But a lot of them don't seem to survive for more than a year. I've told the others there's no way this project can stay viable with these kinds of numbers. But the OCM computers have to have them to work.
Computers? You mean there's more than one of them?
There's several. This is just where the process starts, the factory floor. We select the candidates here, implant them, and ship them to the other locations. It's all very efficient.
Yeah, except your candidates keep dying.
Efficient.
You're really gonna stand there and try to justify your role in this, aren't you? People are being enslaved, Kavanagh. Enslaved and crucified.
It wasn't like that at first. I thought we were going to make a difference, do something incredible for the world.
Right. And look how incredible it turned out to be. But you can still make a difference, Doctor. You can help me blow the lid off this place.
Are you insane? can't. There's too much money invested in this. Burke, the people I work for, they'll kill me. They'll hunt me down and kill me.
I know people who can protect you, hide you. Interpol is just waiting for evidence to tear Bell Tower apart.
It's not just Bell Tower. Oh, God. Oh, God, am I really gonna do this? You can't get me out through the prison. Burke would stop us.
Then we'll have to do what Savage did. Take a submersible.
We can't. The hatches to all the docking hangars are locked tight. The only way to unlock them is by using the security console in the prison command tower. Burke keeps an eye on us that way.
Then I'll have to go back up there and unlock it. Well, you gather as much evidence as you can carry.
Oh my God, I'm really gonna do this.
Damn right you are. Now get moving. I'll contact you when I unlock the hatch.
All right, fine. But Mr. Jensen, please, hurry.
Okay.
I want to die.
Let's see what it takes. Going up.
Keitner, contact Interpol. We need rendezvous coordinates for a deep-sea submersible.
A what? What exactly have you found, Jensen?
A research complex hidden beneath this base. One of its staff is willing to turn whistleblower if we can deliver her to Interpol using one of the lab's transport subs.
Which explains why you need the coordinates. I'll see what I can do. Keitner out.
Jensen's faith in the system continuing to be a bit of a running theme. Interpol will definitely sort it out. Oh.
Keitner, what the hell's going on? The elevator stopped.
Burke must have intercepted our comms. Get the hell out of there, Jensen. I'll meet you.
Uh-oh. Alright. Bit of a climb, then. Called the Neptune? The Neptune elevator. There's no wires either. It just kind of drops down. Okay. Is there... Okay, that does let me get up eventually. Gotta remember, this was all designed so that I can... You can do this without any augments. Okay, we have alarms. That ladder is going down. Oh, there's a vent here.
Elevator's locked down, Sarge. The target must still be down there.
Good. Find Team Tango and intercept. Lift is secure. Repeat. Lift is secure. Holding position. Suggest you continue protocol clean slate. Out. Terminate anyone that opens that door.
Sarge, what if it's someone from the science team?
Expendable. And likely compromised. Do not take this man lightly, soldier. He has infiltrated a high-security bell tower base. Do not let the low casualty count fool you. It only means he's more resourceful and more dangerous.
Or he's had help from the inside.
Enough yapping. If he comes up here, we'll get our shot at him. Then we'll see about any help he may have had.
Okay. Couple of grenades hanging out, but I don't want to use any of those. We need to get out of here, though. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Just slip away. So far, so good.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled.
I get the sense that everything is going to be fucked in here, though.
Subject recognized. Access granted.
Keitner!
Oh, shit.
Broke open a hornet's nest, didn't we, Jensen?
It's bad. You need a medic.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. Got those coordinates, Jensen. But Burke figured it out. Seized control of the station and locked down the detention camp. Bastard's cleaning house.
I've got to get Kavanaugh out.
Can't. Not until you stop the gas.
What gas?
Burke's enacted a scorched earth protocol to stop the truth from getting out. Poison gas in every cell. Lab tube.
Shit.
Unless you stop it.
Stay with me, Keitner.
There's a circuit board underneath the prison command tower. Directs the flow. Everything's connected, but might be able to redirect. Whistleblower has to live, Jensen.
Underneath the prison
Only
command
sure
tower.
way we stop this.
Keitner? Keitner!
Shit. Oh. Those are big guns.
Get him!
Nope. Oh, they've cloaking abilities. Yeah. I ate candy.
This is a full yellow. Mass facility decontamination initiated.
Okay. Get out of here. 9 minutes. If you had the Icarus system, it would let you get all the way down to the bottom. Shit!
You can't escape!
Oh. Okay. This is gonna be rough, isn't it? I've got the bars for it. I should be able to make this work. I'll start by being quicker to take out these guys. Nope. I might be able to charge at this other guy. Is he just getting the other guy up? Yeah, he is. They're alarmed. Cloaker on this floor. 2 cloakers.
Keep running!
Okay. Target 1. Consume batteries.
Nothing here. Stop!
Nope!
Come on! I'm gonna find you!
Oh, there's a sniper on the tower.
Over.
Nope! Stop spotting me!
Show yourself!
Eat batteries. Nope! Okay. Someone's uncloaked. Okay.
Tough choice ahead of you, Bratan. The prisoners. Or whistleblower. You can't save both.
What? The hacker from the ship. You've been listening this whole time?
Like Zetka said, everything's connected. Right now, gas is set to disperse evenly between the prison and the lab. All you can do in here is redirect flow out of one area into the other. Do nothing. Everybody dies. Do something.
Somebody dies faster.
Precisely.
Oh, God.
But if you want to bring down Bell Tower, the choice is clear.
It is.
A difficult decision, Bratan. But that Gov Nuke Burke gave you no choice.
Tell that to the prisoners. You'll have Interpol rendezvous with Kavanaugh's submersible.
As soon as you unlock it, use the touchscreen in the security room above you. It'll shut off the lockdown, so you can return to the base.
And why would I want to go there?
Use your head, Tuvok. The last thing standing between you and Megan Reed is Burke.
Disengaging
I've
lockdown.
unlocked the hatch and I'm transmitting the coordinates to a rendezvous site.
Oh, thank God. I thought when the code yellow started.
It's over. Just make sure Interpol gets that evidence. I'm going after Burke. Jensen out.
Alright. Kavanaugh's out of here. Now for Burke.
Activating security scan. Biometric data assembled. Subject not
Corporal.
Oh, shit.
Or should I say Adam Jensen? That's right. I know who you are now. Geithner wasn't quite as good at hiding her tracks as she thought she was. If you think Kavanaugh's escape changed anything, you're wrong. Bell Tower will track her down. And on the off chance the good doctor does spill her guts to someone, anything she says will be discredited. Still, I admire your ruthlessness. To save the life of one woman, you allowed 100 more to die. That takes strength of will. The Reed woman, this Megan you've been searching for, she's not here. And the only thing standing between you and the ship that could take you to her is me. I underestimated you back on the ship. I won't be doing it again.
Oh boy. Okay.
Lad, you there?
Quinn? Where are you?
Getting me ours out of Dodge. Burke's had enough, and he's gunning for you. And I don't intend on being caught in the bloody crossfire. But listen, about the gas. I know it wasn't easy, but you did what had to be done. Head to me shop. I left you a thing or two so you can give him hell. I'd like to say we'd meet again over a pint sometime, but... well, Godspeed, mate.
Oh boy. Alright. They've set up, I assume there's a roadblock here as well. No? Mines. God damn it.
Lad, you there?
Quinn? Where are you?
Getting me ours out of Dodge. Burke's had enough, and he's gunning for you. And I don't intend on being caught in the bloody crossfire. But listen, about the gas. I know it wasn't easy, but you did what had to be done. Head to me shop. I left you a thing or two so you can give him hell. I'd like to say we'd meet again over a pint sometime, but... well, Godspeed, mate.
Okay, I might be able to do something. That works quite elegantly.
I know you've judged me, Jensen, my project, and yet you're simply a product of the same kind of research.
Why is he taunting me from God knows where? Alright. Trying to find my way to Burke's shop, though. That's priority one. Reasonably sure. Oh shit.
Lieutenant Commander's mutiny, for lack of a better word, surprised me. I didn't think she had it in her. Makes me think perhaps other forces will.
Saw this door open. Let's just put you in here where nobody's gonna find you. There's the vent to get to Burke's shop.
Can you hear me, Jensen? How much longer do you think you can last?
Long enough. Okay. Shop's open. Computer. And Harper. worker. Day-to-day ops stuff.
I'm surprised. I assumed the man who took out both Barrett and Fedorova would favor more of a frontal assault. You are a tough one to read, Jensen.
Oh, God. Okay. Any other supplies kicking around? No other offensive weapons. Pop this hypostim, though. Isn't there in the... Oh, maybe it was for this. I think there's like a hidden button that can unlock that as well. Hey! Oh, it goes even further. Twin Secret Store.
Gains we've made will obscure our methods. You only need to look as far as your precious Dr. Reed to realize that.
Target seeking. Some more energy. Loads of combat rifles. And a generic reload speed upgrade. Which I'll pop on one of these for later. Pop that onto the heavy rifle for later. And I think there was a damage upgrade that was kicking around in the vents over here. I should be able to chuck on either of those weapons to save for later. More heavy rifle damage, please.
If it makes you feel any better about Katner's death, I doubt you had any intention of sending you on to the good doctor.
The elevator is going to create problems for me. I know it. This way I know is safe. Also, just in case it proves useful, I'm going to create a save here. Goes to the detention camp. Loading bay.
In some ways, the two of us are all
shit.
But I question your foresight, your courage to make difficult decisions.
Nope. No. Criminy.
Stop running! I can hear
No! Oh. Bastard. I could have sworn I had him. But that was before I rounded the corner directly into someone like an idiot. Didn't check. They got me bit. Knowing that it's there, though, if we go around that roadblock...
If it makes you feel any better about Katner's death, I doubt you had any intention of sending you on to the good doctor.
Oh, that's the elevator. Okay. Earlier I said I think the elevator will screw me. And now I know for a fact that I actually need the elevator. That guy won't see me coming. Going down. Right here.
I was idealistic like you once, but I realized idealism is a crutch for those who dare not change the future.
What the fuck? What? What do you mean? Oh, I just hold... If you hold on to your ideas, that's a crutch. What? Burke. Oh, they call... You know, they call him Burke because he's an absolute Burke. I get it. Just a complete dunce.
You think we've gone
A real idiot of a man.
But ask yourself, how much further you go to save Reed? One woman before you judge me. Ah!
Oh.
Not have confirmation yet. Identify yourself.
Please no.
Die!
Oh god, they're all in the roofs.
Open wide. Ready?
Oh god. No, that's a grenade directly into my chest. Fuck. Okay. Big stretch. Oh, good. Let's put us here. There's my ventilation shaft. And I had moved that to find the secret stash.
If I'd have known you were going to cause me so much trouble, I would have never given in to my curiosity, thought you.
Skill issue, Burke. Now, I'm kind of wondering, I did try to do this before, but I want to see if I can actually pull it off. Oh. If this was Hitman... that would have worked. But maybe I can make it work if I actually hit him in the head with it. Hold on.
I think we've gone too far with our little project. But ask
Okay. Yep. Good to know. Just straight up doesn't work like that. That was a headshot. And, yeah, no, that just doesn't work, huh? What a shame.
Who's in all this, Jensen? Now, I know about Keitner, of course, but I suspect someone else is handling things.
You just stare at your ass for a second, sir. And then tear it apart. Oh, God. Okay. Turret definitely saw me for a split second.
Stop! I see you! Inside!
Commentary? Oh, it's for the... Oh, Christ. Okay.
Confirm sighting?
Maybe they'll go away. Nope.
Intruder, there!
Oh, man. Okay. Going off to the right there seems to be an exercise in frustration. Though I can get over the boxes, it will almost certainly get me spotted. Naturally, that represents a real problem.
You know how human nature is.
Where the hell is he?
Okay, this seems like a much better route forward. Other than the fact that I hear mines. Yep.
I was idealistic like you once, but I realized idealism is a crutch for those who dare not change the future.
Keep looking away. Oh, God. fucking minds.
Needs this technology. The cost may seem steep, but the cost of not developing it is infinitely steep.
I'm gonna save real quick, just in case this goes very wrong. I was worried it was a box guard for a moment. No, it's just a large man. This location might not even be ideal.
But ask yourself, how much further you go to save Reed? One woman before you judge me.
It doesn't go any further. That is a huge open crossing. So no way that that's happening. But this. This might seem like lunacy, but
surviving this long, alone, surrounded by trained soldiers out to get you. Very impressive for nothing but an ex-cop.
so that is for the extra quest, which we're not bothering with. Combine this with the combat rifle. How's this looking? Now that my focus isn't on getting the ultimate pistol. Okay. That looks like it's a door. And I think it's actually a weak wall that you can burst down if you have the augment for it. And I'm pretty sure I don't, and I need to be very careful in this menu. Arm. Blast through weakened walls. Yeah, okay. If it was a base augmentation, I would have been much happier.
I'm surprised. I assumed the man who took out both Barrett and Fedorova would favor more of a frontal assault. You are a tough one to read, Jensen.
Okay, so this gets us basically nowhere. Cool. Oh, but I can make noise like that, and that might allow me to eliminate this guy.
Nearing source of disturbance.
We know someone's here. Keep looking.
Don't look up.
For such a formidable opponent, you surprise me. No reports from my man on your whereabouts. Have you abandoned your goal?
Okay, so with that done...
Son of a bitch, we need help here.
No, you don't. You don't need help with anything. Well, that's 2 problems solved. Ooh.
People only see results. In time, the gains we've made will obscure our methods. You only need to look as far as your precious Dr. Reed to realize that.
Is there an explosive barrel around here I can use? So I might have an idea. But it needs an explosive barrel is the problem. Because I don't think if I throw this at the wall... Okay.
Thought Kaito would be a good little soldier. But they never are they?
They've heard something, so they're coming to check it out. This actually works in my favor. Quite deliciously.
Over there! Hold it!
Nope.
You will not leave here.
Sucker punch. Oh boy. Okay, hang on. Found you. He's got a grenade for sure, right?
Lost the target.
I heard that.
Too late to hide.
Too late to hide, huh?
Oh shit.
Seems like I'm doing an okay job of it. Very nice. Ah, and that's the dock for the Haitian Ju.
One enemy ship headed God knows where took balls. Was brash. Reckless.
That's a turret. Okay. Since I've taken out every man in here at this stage. Okay.
Well, you made it. I'm torn between admiration and pity. You've condemned me for my actions, Jensen. But look at the lengths you've gone to find one woman. Wasted potential. Although from what I've heard, I suspect you'll still be of use to me dead. All proof is blinded. You could have been an asset. I could have used you.
fuck. Okay. We have to do this without weapons and grenades, huh? Okay.
There's no way off this place except through me.
Yeah, I'm working on it there, Burke. Controversial, but true. Shit! Well, I'm glad I had a quick save there. Oh my Christ.
Your head's strong. It may have served you well in the past.
No! Okay, there is a path. But it means waiting them out. Have a path. It's a forced detection here, which is never ideal. They're looking over there.
All true is blind. You could have been an asshole.
There are boxes?
There's no way off this place except through me.
Down the area. Still around.
Okay. They're alarmed. They don't know definitively where I am now.
Your head's strong. It may have served you well in the past, but ultimately, it's unfailing.
Shit. Okay.
Someone hiding over there. Stop it! I see you!
So short-sighted. Disappoint me. How can a man so gifted be so blind?
I see you.
Ow. Okay. 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 I have an idea. And I saw another potential path. But it means I need to run. Like hell. This might be it. Never mind. I've decided that I hate this route. Well, there's a ladder up there that leads you to the catwalks. Okay. The ladder can lead me up to the catwalks, then...
Enter combat.
Maybe I need to get them to lose me first. I just need to... Okay. Step 1, run like hell. Step 2, patience. Step 3, figure it out. Last known position is going to be somewhere over here, which means the bot's going to check. Yep, okay, so they don't know where I am for now. But the snipers fucking everywhere are going to create a real problem for me.
Your altruism blinded you. You could have been an asset to the project. I could have used you.
Okay, hang on, they're moving.
I'm curious. How far do you think Dr. Reed would go for her research? I think you'd be surprised, Jensen.
Snipers are repositioning.
So short-sighted. Disappoint me. How can a man so gifted be so blind?
As soon as they move again, move with them. That's the turret. Okay, there's something there, though. We have the beginnings of... the beginnings of a plan. When they do that next shift from cover, I think I just need to sprint for it. Otherwise, I spend too long in the open and I get hammered by the turret.
How far do you think Dr. Reed would go for her research? I think you'd be surprised, Jensen.
Okay, that's all clear for now. I didn't miss any, like, floor vents I could use, did I? No.
Your altruism blinded you.
Okay, they're on the move.
I could have used you.
Need to wait for them to move again. But I think the bot turns before... yeah, the bot turns.
There's no way off this base except through me, Jensen.
Sniper's position 1. Okay, as soon as they shift off.
So short-sighted. Disappoint me. How can a man so gifted be
Okay.
Go ahead strong. It may have served you well in the past, but ultimately, it's a failure.
Energy jar. Punch! And run. Painkillers. Holy shit, this is tense.
But I see now you would never make a good soldier.
I'm over here, boys.
Oh!
Wrong place, boy.
Draco, thank you for the raid. Shit!
So short-sighted. Disappoint me. How can a man so gifted be so blind?
Oh gosh. Okay, here we go. Here comes trouble. But if we can sock him in the face like that... Last stand.
I'm curious. How far do you
Access granted.
would go for her research? I think
End of the line.
Shit!
Reloading. Cover.
That would have been impressive to pull off. If I had managed to turn all of the turrets and stuff against everybody in the room.
Your altruism blinded you. You could have been an asset to the project. I could have used you.
Now what? Obviously, we don't want to be using weapons. Oh, he's got energy bars, thank God.
There's no way off this base except through me, Jensen.
Okay. Is the only way down... Only way forward to just go down and deal with that? Because I don't think I can get up onto the catwalks.
Go ahead strong. It may have served you well in the past, but ultimately...
Unless I can somehow find a box or get a box up here. And even then, I think that's just too high to make it up on the base level augmentations.
I thought possibly to recruit you, but I see now you would never make a good soldier.
Here's what we'll do then. We'll try this. No, it doesn't work! And the turrets have very good field of vision. Good to know!
There's no way off this base except through me, Jensen.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay.
I thought possibly to recruit you, but I see now you would never make a good soldier.
We've made it. We've made it. Ideally, I can knock this guy out.
I'm curious.
Because he patrols near the ladder.
I think Dr. Reed would go for her research. I think you'd be surprised, Jensen.
No detections, please. Am I winning? Thankfully, so far, yes. It took some trial and error, but I devised a plan.
How can a man so gifted be so blind?
I think now I just need to knock out the heavy on the roof. Shit. Okay, here's an idea. This is so dangerous.
Your altruism blinded you. You could have been an asset to the project. I could have used it.
Knockout. Pocket Secretary 5359. Or I can drop in on the roof, which I think will make... Oh, the door might make noise.
You're headstrong. It may have served you well in the past, but ultimately, it's a failing.
Gotcha.
It sounds like your struggles are almost over, Bratan. Is Burke dead?
I'm standing. He's not.
Good. With Burke out of the picture, there's a power vacuum I can take advantage of. Return to loading bay 2. The doors between here and the docking platform will be open for you.
Last time I passed through there, Burke's men were still waiting for me.
Not anymore. Burke has just ordered them away.
Great. Except I came here looking for Megan Reed, Bratan. I can't leave without knowing.
There is a boat heading toward the location as we speak. If you hurry, it can be on it.
Okay. I got the Apex Predator achievement as well, which is to perform a takedown on your man without being noticed. And I have done exactly that. Do I seriously not have any room for the jar? I could use that. I'll drink a beer and then maybe... No, I don't have room for the hypostim either. Now I have room for that, which I can immediately use. And I guess I'll just burn that now so that I can carry this other one? I could have sworn you could stack it up more than once. Boxguard log. Between Gary Savage and Burke. Omega Ranch. Father D is Hugh Darrow. Cool. Hugh Darrow's got like so many... He's got so many cool names. Definitely a normal guy doing normal things. Who can be trusted. Mr. Gray, Father D. Ugh. Cloak and Dagger 101 shit.
This is the last room. This is the main offense from Jensen getting back to Burke, and all that stuff in the story and everything is unraveling at this point. We really studied and we listened to everybody about boss fights in general, and we wanted to do it somewhat differently. First of all, it was really important that we support all pillars of gameplay. I mean, all of them. So there's Berg talking to you, taunting you and everything as you get to that big number 3 door. And another thing that we didn't do in Human Revolution that was important to us, and it was a bit of a technical issue at one point, but we actually managed to do it very well, is to actually give you an overview camera that basically quickly shows you the whole room, what it's about and everything, all the way to Burke, and it gives you that really mano a mano speech about just kicking your ass and everything. These all are the things that we didn't really do in Human Revolution, but makes the whole ending of the Missing Link so interesting at the same time.
Neat. Okay. Docks to the Heijinju. There's a final conversation that comes up here, I'm pretty sure. So I'm gonna make a quick save so I can get a second achievement.
We've now reached the true story twist in the game, where you're about to walk in and see the person, the mysterious contact is about to be revealed to you. And there were quite a few challenges associated with this this mysterious contact and with this reveal. As you know, you're about to step forward and meet Quinn and discover that Quinn, our lovely little Irish helper, is actually Russian. And that led to a great casting challenge for us.
Was much it was definitely more of a challenge for the talented actor we used, Julian Casey. Great actor, and he's great at doing accents, especially the Irish accent, which I believe he's somewhat native.
He is Irish, yes.
But so when we pitched to him, how's your Russian accent, and he just kind of gave us a scared face. And he was having a hard time with it. I think what may have helped is we told him, why don't you go study the film Eastern Promises.
And he's on
some great Russian acting accents in there. And he actually did. I think he spent about 3 days just practicing dialogue over and over again. And when he came in, you know, we thought, yeah, okay, it's probably not the most authentic Russian, but for a guy who's jumping between Irish and Russian, it was pretty damn good, and we were happy with it.
Yeah, leave it to the writers to come up with such an interesting, challenging twist on that. The dialogue itself needed to wrap everything up, including reflecting on all of your choices that you made throughout the game, which was yet another one of the fun things that we like to do, trying to keep track of all that. And then the biggest challenge maybe as well was that we had to hide
Well,
Quinn.
We didn't want the player to shoot him from afar.
That would have been bad.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, pow! Oh, crap.
So
Credits.
there's that door opening on the cargo boat, I think, because it's closed when you get there. And when you open, the forced conversation happens, and you have the guy who was waiting for you inside the boat. That way you couldn't shoot him before. Yeah, we're fascist that way. We don't let you shoot people.
Until you can.
Okay, I'm briefly going to reload the save that I just made. So convenient that I happen to do it like literally 10 millimeters from where the actual conversation initiates. I will turn off developer commentary, and then we will listen to that conversation again. Commentary off.
Breton.
Quinn?
I'm afraid our good friend Quinn met with an unfortunate incident during all the commotion and is no longer with us.
Your voice. It was you this whole time. Who are you?
For the moment, I'm between identities. I apologize for the duplicity, but it was a necessary precaution. You had to be kept in the dark.
And Keitner? Did she know?
Commander Keitner's perception was much like yours. Shrouded. She saw what she needed to see, and was told what she needed to hear in order for me to complete the mission.
So we were both pawns. Except she's dead and I'm not. So where does that leave me in your grand design?
We're all pawns in someone else's grand design, Mr. Jensen. But that doesn't make Natanya's death any less tragic. Your actions ensured her sacrifice was not made in vain, however. Dr. Kavanagh made it out safely, and is on her way to the rendezvous site. She will expose the truth in due time.
Keitner wasn't the only one who died back there. Those prisoners
will be added to a long list of Bell Tower's atrocities. We will not let them be forgotten. We mustn't stay here much longer, Mr. Jensen, if we hope to get you away from this base.
Okay, let's go.
All right. Where's Megan?
I don't know for certain. But what I do know is that earlier today, Burke issued orders to have a large group of detainees transferred off this base. Supposedly, they will be assisting at another black site facility.
Kavanagh said this was just the factory floor. You're sure Megan is at this other facility?
Nothing is ever certain in life, Mr. Jensen. But it is the best chance you have. Unfortunately, the cargo ship carrying the prisoners has already set sail. But I took the liberty to send out an urgent dispatch in Burke's name, ordering the ship's captain to hold position until one more detainee could be flown on board. In stasis. A helicopter is en route to pick you up.
Wait a second. You want me to get inside another stasis pod? Last time I got in one of those things, it didn't go so well.
I know it's far from ideal, but frankly, your options are quite limited. Although, I suppose you could try swimming there.
Better be the right fucking boat this time. Because I don't feel like coming back here anytime soon.
Don't worry, mate. It'll be grand. Besides, I thought you Americans liked riding off into the sunset.
Okay. Pocket secretary. Oh, that's more of my... Oh god, it's all of my ammo! It's everything. Oh, that must have been left here originally. Because I got the weapons and stuff back, but I didn't end up getting much of anything else. Because I just kind of ran over to the side here. Oh, can't go up there. Have I gotten all my... Did I get all the praxis kits that I had back as well? Yep, I did! 83 praxis kits. We're coming back here in a moment. I want to get the Factory Zero achievement, though, because I didn't fire my weapon, I didn't use a grenade, I didn't upgrade anything, and I didn't use any mines.
It's done. Exactly as you instructed.
And yet you sound disappointed. You think we should have handled this differently?
I think we had a valuable asset in our hands, and we're letting him slip away. He could have been very useful in the coming storm.
A hand does not need to be clenched tightly to maintain its hold on someone. Jensen carries too much baggage right now. His obsession with Reed only serves to distract him.
We could have told him the truth.
He must discover it by himself. And when he does, if you have followed my instructions precisely, we will know how to find him.
Assuming he lives that long.
Pritchard, any chance you're still there?
Jensen, my God. You've been offline for days. Where the hell are you?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I'm pinging you now. You're in Singapore. Something's wrong, Jensen. I pinged you, and a second later, I lost your GPL signal. It's like you disappeared into a black hole.
Gotta be a jammer.
Well, obviously. If you can find the transmitter and take it offline, I'll be able to track you. And keep you on a tighter leash.
I've got more important things to do than help you keep tabs on me. If Megan and her team are here, there's no time to waste.
Okay, so we'll quickly reload the quick save. Because now there's another achievement that I want to get. We've done Factory 0. Don't think it triggered because I may have like upgraded some weapons and I'm on New Game Plus, which I saw was maybe a trigger. We'll see if it... Oh, I forgot to do the upgrades. So we use the social enhancer. And then we have the conversation with Quinn.
Breton.
Quinn?
I'm afraid our good friend Quinn met with an unfortunate incident during all the commotion and is no longer with us.
Your voice.
For the moment, comment. We're all your.
Hey, more info.
I still have questions, Quinn, and I want answers. Real answers, no more bullshit.
You really want to waste time chatting, Breton? Fine. I will answer what I can, but keep in mind you have a boat to catch.
Okay.
Bell Tower probably has a battalion on its way to clean up this mess. How do you plan on keeping what we did here a secret?
I'm delighted to say that Burke did most of the damage control for us. After requesting a profile search on you, he never explained why he needed it. I believe he wanted to keep control of you to himself. Since that time, we've been monitoring all incoming and outgoing communications, and the lockdown allowed me to discreetly install a tunneler, rerouting the base's network traffic. By the time Bell Tower realizes something is wrong, it'll already be too late.
What about the rest of the base personnel?
Most of them think Burke is still in command. Technically, orders continue to be issued in his name, but I'm the one making the calls. I've also taken the liberty of coordinating of this sector of the base. For the moment, at least, we're safe.
Okay. And
Keitner said she had been approached by an agent from Interpol. It was you, wasn't it?
Very astute. When I learned of Commander Keitner's suspicions and insubordinate behavior towards Burke, I saw an opportunity. Pretending to be an agent of Interpol seemed the best way to gain her trust.
You mean you lied? So who do you work for?
A loose network of independent operatives, agents of conversion and equilibrium, who seek to expose corruption and assure humanity's natural progress. In truth, we are not affiliated with any global organization. But then, neither is our enemy, officially.
Your enemy? You're not just talking about Bell Tower anymore, are you? You're talking about...
The men and women who pull Bell Tower strings. The same men and women who ordered them to kidnap Megan Reed.
Okay. Can we subject him to pheromones? Convince him to reveal more about his allies.
Mr. Jensen, allow me to stop you there before you say anything that might embarrass us both.
What?
Please. I detected your Cassie augmentation the moment you started to analyze. Now, pretending you managed to convince me to be more forthcoming with my words. What is it you hope to learn?
Something more tangible than a flowery speech about idealism.
Because I admire your tenacity, I will attempt to satisfy your curiosity. But only if you'll humor me for a moment and answer a question of my own.
Sounds fair.
In Roman mythology, Janus was a god depicted as having two heads, each gazing in the opposite direction, one looking eastward, the other west. Symbolically, this meant many things to the Romans, but I'm more curious as to what it might mean to you.
Past and the present. No good can come from two heads and control one body. Not true. Backwards and forwards seems like indecision. Past and present, beginning and end, Alpha and Omega. Two-faced. Honestly, I would just think of a... I would think more just like... watchful on all sides. You look at your front and behind. You keep an eye on things. Seeing into the past and present.
Seeing into the past and the present. The beginning and the end. Alpha and Omega.
I believe you and I have more in common than you would like to admit. Technically, I suppose there is no incorrect answer. Theologians and philosophers have debated the origin and meaning of Janus for millennia. But in time, that name may take on new meaning for you.
Why? What are you getting at?
While the term invisible war has lost much of its significance due to misappropriation, I assure you, there has never been a better way to describe what is happening in the world. The lives of millions are being decided without a drop of blood ever spilt, but the casualties remain the same. Myself and others are fighting a never-ending battle against forces that seek absolute dominion over our fates.
You're telling me the people running Bell Tower want to rule the world?
Bell Tower Associates is no more than a proxy. Puppets on a global stage. The true enemy hides in shadows. The disembodied hands that pull the strings of Bell Tower and others. This is neither the time nor the place to go into detail, but everything you've witnessed here today is in direct correlation with Illuminati interests.
Roman gods and Illuminati. Wonderful.
You asked for clarity, and I'm being as honest as I can. Whether you choose to acknowledge them or not, lines are being drawn. Most will never be lucky enough to pick a side, but a time will come when you will have to. I have chosen mine.
Okay.
All right. Where's Megan?
I don't... Unfortunately, the car...
Mission accomplished. Space. Everything's been dropped at my feet. I'm gonna try and quickly reload this to see if I can get the achievement to pop. If not, it's no worries. We'll just be skipping through we'll skip through all the conversation to the maximum extent that we can. I know I did Factory 0 properly, so we'll try and get it to trip one more time. And if it doesn't, then... I don't know. I'll figure something out.
Breton.
Quinn?
I'm afraid our good friend Quinn met with an unfortunate incident during all the commotion and is no longer with us. Unfortunately, the cargo ship carried...
Okay, trying one more time to get Factory 0.
It's done. Exactly as you instructed.
And yet you sound disappointed. You think...
Skip. Okay.
Something's wrong, Jensen. I pinged you, and a second later, I lost your GPL signal.
Okay, we will reload so that I can also do the thing where I get all my weapons and augs back on this time, and then we'll continue on. Because I'm going to open that up and it'll have 86. 86 Praxis kits inside.
Breton.
Quinn?
I'm afraid our good friend Quinn met with an unfortunate incident during all the commotion and is no longer with us. Well...
All right. Okay, so now we do this. Not enough space for all of my items, but that's not a problem. Because here comes literally every augmentation. I think I'll still have something like 30 augmentations left. Or 30 kits. Dermal armor. Icarus. Cooldown timers. 15 left. And just munch all these up. It's just the heavy rifle I don't have room for more ammo for. Oh, well, that's not surprising. Let's leave his shitty revolver behind. Oh, it's only 25 bullets. Boo. Oh, you know what? I say that, but it's still more useful than that shitty revolver. I wonder if these are, like, given the pocket secretary there, I wonder if these are here and available once you get off the ship. But no, I did that whole thing Factory Zero. Anyway, we're gonna take a quick break. I'll hit a save real quick here. Take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly. I'm doing this so I can make sure that the developer commentary is on for the next couple of cinematics, so we'll be alright. Quick break, yep, and see you shortly. Okay, I'm back. With the Factory Zero attempt over, we've now got the... I'm gonna update the Twitch title, actually, because we're done. Factory Zero is over. And now... it's time to just continue on. So we've got developer commentary enabled again. We've picked up everything. We're leaving Burke's shitty gold revolver behind. There's commentary? What's this node for? Hold on.
So noticing the two guards that are just at the bottom of the ramp.
Okay.
Like we do well in Deus Ex is the environment reacts to past actions. In this case, if you had created chaos on the boat, these guards would be alerted and already expecting somebody to come out of this this environment right now. And if you didn't, well, obviously they're just talking and they're just like going on their patrol and everything. And that was a good lead on to the player getting out of an environment into another one, which is beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, we had only 13 weeks to do the DLC, which means that we had plenty of cuts to do in from environment-wise. At first, we didn't want to do the exterior of the base that you're standing in right now, but basically the level artist just saw the mandate and just said, you know what, I can do this, and he basically added this upon himself to just do this exterior of the boat, exterior of the base, and that really creates quite a seamless switch from the boat to the base, which is much more interesting than what we had planned, which was crummy at best.
And it works really well too, because we also wanted to get that change of scale from inside the boat. You're inside those real tight corridors and locations, and then you get into this base and wow, suddenly it's big and open, and so the addition of that was a really, really nice plus for us.
Hell yeah. And hey, I mean, this also means I can, like, fuck around and look at all the other stuff that's here real quick. I've got all the augmentations again. Can't stop me now. And I've done my factory 0, so I don't need to worry about, like, if there is someone, I can fire a gun. M. Goldman.
Access granted.
Looking at the achievements list as well, apparently there is... Is this a... Oh. Straight... So this is not a straight substitution cipher. What that would actually work out to be. Oh, the, Heitner's office here. Be an interesting look. Anyway, I was looking at the achievements earlier, and I did see that it's also possible to save everybody. I don't... Actually, I think I might know which way that you would do that. I think when it lets you into the gameplay to make the decision, if you can go further down underneath it, there's a pipe that you might be able to burst and save everybody that way. Basically just stop the distribution at its source. But I think you need an augment in order to be able to do it. I don't know if I have... Oh, you know what? I do have that saved from earlier. That'd make going back to get that achievement less of a pain in the ass. Still not gonna do it right now, but... Alright, let's see if there's new commentary as we leave the base.
It's done. Exactly as you instructed.
And yet you sound disappointed. You think we should have handled this differently?
I think we had a valuable asset in our hands, and we're letting him slip away. He could have been very useful in the coming storm.
A hand does not need to be clenched tightly to maintain its hold on someone. Jensen carries too much baggage right now. His obsession with Reed only serves to distract him.
We could have told him the truth.
He must discover it by himself. And when he does, if you have followed my instructions precisely, we will know how to find him.
Assuming he lives that long.
Pritchard, any chance you're still there?
Jensen, my God. You've been offline for days. Where the hell are you?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I'm pinging you now. You're in Singapore.
We are in Singapore. Something's wrong, Jensen.
Something's wrong, Jensen. I pinged you, and a second later, I lost your GPL signal. It's like you disappeared into a black hole.
Gotta be a jammer.
Well, obviously. If you can find the transmitter and take it offline, I'll be able to track you. And keep you on a tighter leash.
I've got more important things to do than help you keep tabs on me. If Megan and her team are here, there's no time to waste.
Right. Let's get started. Okay. I'll need to use a nuke on this last bit, won't I?
Access granted.
500 milliseconds. Oh, and a shitty revolver. Disgusting. Grab this upgrade real quick, and we can chuck that onto the heavy rifle, so that when I pick this up and then swap, free inventory slot, baby. What is going on in here? I think you're supposed to be up here, but I can be up here nevertheless. Loads of stasis pods. Loads and loads of them. Ah, okay. This is just access in case you don't have level 5. Straightforward enough. Figure out what's going on here, shall we?
How do you know? Wallen told me you saw him talking to the Queen.
I'm sure she was probably barking orders at him again. Looks like this show is packed with A-listers now. The question is, who's headlining?
Things would be a lot easier if Darrow was still around. Anyway, I better get back to storage in case he decides to spring a surprise inspection on us.
Good idea.
Darrow was at this facility. I know we found references to him being at Omega Ranch before. And I kind of love that we get two kind of high stakes behind enemy lines infiltrations in a row. Like you get the DLC, which is an extended version of that. Disadvantaged behind enemy lines. Kind of making the most of a bad situation. Dorm code. Nice.
So this is the antenna I was talking about a bit earlier. It is we had a lot of problem actually with the players actually understanding what the antenna was, because we talked about it in the first briefer, but people didn't necessarily make the connection with the visual. So we ended up adding another location where it can be disabled from, and it is from the barracks.
Yeah, because you can go and climb on the ladder itself, the antenna itself, disable it from here.
Yep.
Or go in the barracks, and there's another spot where we
Yes.
can disable it remotely.
And we also had to add a map of the compound inside the barracks, because we couldn't give a window on the antenna. It would allow you to see the antenna from the barracks, but again, for mostly streaming and memory constraint, we had to add an actual map of the compound.
So all that because of T-Bone, right?
Yup.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, it doesn't read antenna to me. This reads Doppler radar. There we go, thank you.
Stop! See you! Got him in sight!
Oh, there's a man there. That explains it. I might reload.
Something's wrong, Jensen. I pinged you, and a second later, I lost your GPL signal. It's like you disappeared into a black hole.
Gotta be a jammer.
Well, obviously. If you can find the transmitter and take it offline, I'll be able to track you. And keep you on a tighter leash.
I've got more important things to do than help you keep tabs on me. If Megan and her team are here, there's no time to waste.
Okay. Knock him dead. This must be the barracks here. I wonder. Well... Okay. So, grenades don't break windows. This is good to know. It really does mean that your only, like, real...
Something's wrong, Jensen.
...option for
and a second later, I lost
breaking them open is literally to shoot them with a gun.
Gotta be a jammer.
Well, obviously. If you can find the transmitter and take it offline, I'll be able to track you. And keep you on a tighter leash.
I've got more important things to do than help you keep tabs on me. If Megan and her team are here, there's no time to waste.
Anyway, I better get back to storage in case he decides to spring a surprise inspection on us.
Good idea.
I've got a...
Sounds like trouble.
Okay. They weren't able to fire any weapons, so nobody knows I'm here. Nobody suspects a thing. I want to take those guys out, though. I think the approach... I'm going to do a quick save here real quick, actually, so... Well, shit. What? The grenade going off immediately next to the thing didn't... Really? It doesn't break the glass? Only bullets can break glass. Fragmentation grenades do not break glass. My mistake. That got them both? I think I might have thrown it just a little too high. Since we have to deal with this stupidity, we may as well do the stupidity properly. There we go. Please, both of them? Excellent. Oh, I thought this was going to be usable to take out the whole barracks.
A device which transmits neural impulses directly to inorganic tissue. She is urging people to visit their local limb clinics immediately to have the faulty chip replaced.
And well, this gets us into the barracks. It's the radar tower controls. Revolver.
So here we're in the barracks in Omega Ranch, and what we tried to do here was try to retrofit the spec ops into this map, because they were supposed to be in a secret area of Bell Tower in Angsha.
Second, we'll resume developer commentary in just a second.
That we cut. We talked about it before.
Yeah, we talked a lot.
And combine this.
A lot about how we wanted to get Bell Tower, how we had the Bell Tower in Upper Hangshaw, and we wanted to hide all this information about Namir and his team so you could find it there. And when that got cut, we couldn't do it, so we had to try and find a way to retrofit it. And so that's kind of what this barracks. We put the barracks here at Omega Ranch, but then to hopefully get that information in.
We have a couple of texts, but
we have a couple of emails around that refer to the spec ops and refer to and even I think there's something that tells about them in some of the computers, but we basically were running out of time again, and we just kind of ended up not really getting a chance to get them in, sadly.
However, we did get the sense and the feeling that there was pressure from the player. Like, when you get in, you actually feel that these guys are there, and you don't really know why they're there yet. So that did work out in our favor.
Yeah, true.
A little bit.
It's interesting listening to the developer commentary and learning exactly how many times ambition collided with reality. I've talked about that a lot in the context of this, in the context of, like, some of the Assassin's Creed games. Assassin's Creed 4, in particular, really had a collision of reality and ambition. There's only so much you can do within these, like, contacts, and you know, you have a set budget. You have to kind of cope with all of these different factors.
Access granted.
That just happens. Loading bay C cleanup.
Confirmed that the cause of these disruptions has been linked to a major malfunction in the multi-channel peripheral nerve biochip.
VersaLife, WHO, bird flu.
Inorganic tissue. She is urging people to
Years
visit
ago.
local limb clinics immediately to have
Logical warfare.
inside sources tell me that augmentation
Whoa, reference to SARS. That would have been, it would have been a couple years prior to the release of this game.
so soon after the recent riots only raises more questions about the problem of human enhancement. Is this the beginning of a
Whack.
technological breakdown, or just another
SATCOM Universal Signal Jammer.
You must have done something, Jensen. 4 of our GPL signals just popped up, including yours. Koss, Colvin, Faraday. I'm not picking up Dr. Reed.
Send me the coordinates you do have. And Pritchard, tell Sarif.
I can't. While you were incommunicado, Mr. Darrow invited him, Bill Taggart, and the UN delegates to Panchea. They're halfway to the Arctic by now.
Great.
Oh, shit. Where is anything in there? Okay. We're fine. Oh, video games.
Access granted.
Explosives, damage upgrades, heavy rifle ammo, and the peps. Oh, the peps. Just drop this real quick because that's fully upgraded, so I don't need to put anything else on that. I have like almost no combat rifle ammo. Okay, that's good to know. Better that I know this now than it ends up somehow fucking me. Combine with the combat rifle. And my 10mm. Surprised it doesn't show, because they clearly did the model for this, right? But when you drop it, it doesn't show any of your upgrades on it. Which is a shame. Because this thing's like my cool ultimate weapon now. And I would love it if the game actually showed that that was the state that it was in.
This is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Kuiper.
What to say? I don't know where this guy is, but there he is. I like that this area's got like a, you have the gathering kind of thunderstorm, the sense of unease being conveyed by the weather even. Like, it's heavy-handed.
She is urging people to visit.
But I feel like, again, there's a point to which you have to be in video game storytelling, because the average player will simply miss half of this stuff anyway. You can, like, practically smell the petrichor, though. The turret spotted me. Okay. Unleash hell. I have all my augments again. I should actually remember that I can use them. I have literally every augment in the game at this point. Don't want to use that. I wanna drop the pistol and then pick up the damage upgrade and then combine that with the combat rifle. Pick up the pistol again.
Elizabeth Duclair, spokeswoman for the WA.
I was pretty sure I slapped a capacity upgrade on this at some point earlier.
The cause of these disruptions has been linked to a major malfunction in the multi-channel peripheral nerve biochip.
This time, in this timeline, put you here.
I heard that.
Shit. He might actually come out of... Yeah, okay.
I think it came from around here.
That's kind of what I was worried about, but I can take him out now.
Looks okay.
You're just gonna hang out. Cameras are disabled. Turret has no line of sight. Until it does. WHO. Omega Ranch Biotechnology and the WHO? Huh.
Access
I
granted.
don't know if I had ever been here and made that, like, conspiracy connection here. Second time this week. Return to my... in what is quickly becoming a recurring event, I have returned to my computer only to find it defiled with pornographic images. Oh god. Okay, it's actually... Wait, no. Hang on, it gets worse. Greetings... This is just so funny. Greetings, warrior personnel. Cool. So, Jesus Christ. One device for electronic motion picture acquisition with normal and low light capabilities so that I may catch this purveyor of juvenile delinquency. Your humble charge. Oh, God. Someone's loading it up with... Oh, Christ. I don't even want to say it. It's gross. Okay, Biomech Lab. First floor auditorium and offices. Second floor security. Research in the basement. I have a window. It's a limited window, but I do have it. Okay, you come over there. Give me batteries. Sucker punch the big guy. Operating theater down there? Sure is. Access from above as well. The research lab, though, I thought. $21.
You see that? No, Holcomb. No one came through. At ease. It's clean.
They both there. I might be able to just charge in and knock them both out.
Did you hear footsteps?
Yep. Oh! Because I ended up standing on the chair. It just made it look like I was throwing it way further. Kepler. From Fedorova. Change the door code. Play along and humor him. He still thinks it's one of the other eggheads in his department that's putting all the farm porn on his PC. Christ. Sees what did this Mark do with the stapler? What the fuck? What's happening? What's happening at the Omega Ranch?
Access granted.
Adam Jensen from Namir. Megan, status acquired. Eric Koss, Nia Colvin, Suchenko's deceased, Declan Faherty. All acquired. Pocket secretary. Something in the biomech morgue. Can you send me the access code to shut down the elevator laser grid? Nice. So this area is all public facing, it seems. And then this goes to microgenetics lab. Skywalk. Offices. Oh, are the offices? Oh, yeah, there was a door here that I missed. This area is all semi-public. Got security personnel just hanging out.
Weather machines, the greater need for visionaries like Darrow to come out of thin air and say, collapsing into the Pacific. Not to mention hitting a home run for the Council of Five's depopulation plan. They've been talking about this one for years, so instead of waiting for it to happen, they'll just make it happen. This is how things go down in the world these days, followers.
Ay, ay, ay. Couple computers in there. Storage room? Quite a bit more, like, in the way of storytelling in the details is on the terminals.
Access granted.
It's kind of the way to go. Oh, well, in saying that, you could bury a lot of stuff in just, like, you know, lore that almost nobody will see. Or try and bring that to the surface more. And generally speaking, bringing it to the surface will always be the better approach. The joke will be on you. God damn. Pocket secretary. Hex Mex. Incredible. Ah, here's the laser. Down to the morgue. I thought I had more of the battery items. I guess not.
So this part of Omega Ranch was supposed to be where we wanted to kind of show all the atrocities that, you know, the experiments that were done on humans, and in terms of, you know, the advancement of transhumanism and stuff like that, and biotech technologies. Sadly, though, it's not really present, like all the crazy ideas. We had some really horrific things that we wanted to show. Like we had rooms that we literally called the horror rooms. This was the map for that. It was our kind of Silent Hill map, if you want. Yeah, now there's the beds. There's people lying in beds and whatnot. But that's pretty much as far as we went for all that.
Yeah, I mean, the map went through several revisions, like we were discussing with Louis Etienne, and by the time it was the time to put the love into it, it was kind of already too late.
Yeah.
So.
But the good news is that we learned from our mistakes, and when we faced the same challenge in The Missing Link, the DLC, we had learned, so we tried a lot harder to make
that happen.
Show there.
Yeah.
So there's good from learning.
I mean, you still feel it. You still know that this is what's going on, you know, but it's just not as strong as what we wanted.
Yeah.
Silent Hill kind of inspired area. That could have been really interesting. But again, just ambition and reality colliding once again. Oh, there's a man down here. I didn't see you when I was looking down here earlier.
Here's a room that I really like, tying in with the Cyber Renaissance idea and analogy in the game. So here's you know, an operation room. How do you say that? An operating room?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, operating.
An OR.
An OR. Yeah, exactly. Operating room would be like a direct translation of French, I guess. So and the idea is that back in the Renaissance, when they started doing
public dissections for other doctors, that's what would happen. They had like these amphitheaters with those kind of steps with all the stairs around them, because at the beginning only very specific doctors and scientists were allowed to do the dissections. They had kind of permits and personal permissions from the kings, so they would go from city to city, and all the doctors would come around to see them do the dissections and just kind of like all be surrounding what's going on and learning from it. So that was the idea here, to kind of make a very modern and tech-looking room that still had a bit of that rustic, weird amphitheater thing around it.
And the fun little interesting fact for me in this area is that the voice actor who is acting for this character, the scientist, is the same voice actor who plays Wayne Haas in the game, and yet many people probably don't pick up on that because he was very talented and very capable of changing his style up.
You mean he's not whining every character he does?
And the other point is that they're supposed to be working, so how come they're all standing still?
That's a good question.
Do we have an answer to that?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Verity.
Adam Jensen? Good grief, lad. What the blazes happened to you?
I made the mistake of surviving. I'm here to get you out, Dr. Faraday.
I told Vasily that Seraph wouldn't stop looking.
Sevchenko's dead, Dr. Faraday. I'm sorry.
I figured as much. One day he was just gone, and they wouldn't say why. We were all afraid, so we just kept to the work. They forced me to create a signal pattern that could broadcast software upgrades directly into a person's implanted circuitry.
Upgrades? That do what?
Whatever instructions have been encoded into them. They said it was to improve efficiency at clinics, but that wouldn't be the only application. Far from it.
Really? What about Dr. Reed? Her GPL signal isn't broadcasting. Do you know where she is?
In the secured zone. You'll never get in there. Too many guards.
A distraction might encourage them to leave the area. Say, an incident in one of the labs?
A bold plan, my boy. But one small incident would never be enough.
No, you're right. But 3 simultaneous accidents might.
I like your style, son. And it just might work if you can get Nia and Eric to agree. But timing them to occur at once, that will be the trick.
I'll worry about the timing. For now, sit tight and wait for my signal.
There's one thing you're forgetting, lad. They can track our GPL signals.
I thought as much. But we have no choice.
There may be something. Vasily wanted to upload a virus onto their security network, disable their GPL protocols. Eric or Nia might know more about it.
Ooh, okay. Okay, let's see if we can find any idea who's behind this?
Any idea who's behind this, Doc? The kidnapping, the facility?
Not really. Remarkable considering I've been here 6 months. You would have thought someone would let something slip. But if it doesn't have to do with the research, you don't get a word out of them.
Sounds like the guards are well trained. But what kind of threats were needed to stop the other researchers from talking?
Well, there were threats early on just to get us to work. Of course, Vasily saw right through that. Kept saying they needed us. I suppose in his case, the risk outstripped the return at some point. Damn them.
Dr. Sevchenko probably knew the risks and accepted them.
That he did. Go on, lad. Let's put this plan of yours into action. It's time to teach these wankers a lesson.
Let's see. So, Koss.
I'm still looking for Dr. Koss. I don't suppose you could point me in the right direction.
Eric showed an amazing bit of courage a few weeks back. Slipped a note into one of the project reports telling me they've got him locked inside a lab on the 3rd floor of the Microgen building.
Cool.
I suspect, though, they'll have cameras and other security devices protecting it. You'll have to be on your guard, son.
Have you seen Nia Colvin lately? I haven't found her yet.
They've done a good job keeping us all separated, but I suspect she'll be in the Microgen building. There's a skywalk connecting the 2 buildings. If you can find it, you won't have to go back outside.
Okay, so both are in the Microgen.
Just be ready. When you feel your GPL vibrate, set off that distraction.
Understood, lad. But do be careful.
Okay, 1 down. Then... Ay, ay, ay.
So this morgue is pretty cool because even though maybe some of the human atrocities didn't come true as much as we wanted in this map, at least once we get to the morgue, we see I guess what we could call a body count type of thing. You know, we see like all these people, all these bodies, all these dead people covered up with the drapes or whatever you call that. So I think it works really well, and that's where you really start understanding, oh my god, like these people were literally cannon fodder, I guess you could say. You know,
killed for the sake of science.
Killed for the sake of science. They were guinea pigs, exactly.
Access granted.
Savchenko. Read. Delgado's work with electrostim in the brain. Stick to research questions only. Megan Reeds is more complicit in this than I was expecting. Or remembered. The Skywalk is the next destination. That gets us over to Microgen. These are the security rooms. Skywalk to Microgen. Guard in there. Oh, he's asleep. Just make sure he stays that way. Sticking to the guideline. Savchenko. Ulvin's office 1504. Jesus Christ. All very juvenile in here, just like stealing women's underwear and putting extremely illegal porn on people's computers. Yikes. Camera's off. Is a camera on a different network? Yeah, it is. 1 second. We're back. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Okay. Skywalk in the auditorium are there. I think this is gonna work out for me. Ah. I don't think I'm going that way. Third floor. Like, come through here earlier? No, this must have been this. It must have been a very similar looking office. These are new. Archive, see if you can borrow the MK Ultra files. Oh god. Okay. Sure. Yeah, why not? Absolutely. That's our man. Those are some serious laser grid. Well, this man's looking directly at the camera. Hello, handsome. As soon as you turn your back to me, though. Get you out of sight.
We're working as fast as we can. This pressure you're putting on us doesn't help, you know.
You don't look like the other security people. Did they call you in to deal with the smugglers? I know they've tried to end your rent.
Smugglers? Commentary.
So this doctor, this scientist at Seraph is, again, another good voice actor story because I'm not sure if you've recognized this voice yet, but this is Alex Ivanovich, who also plays Ari Van Bruggen in the game. And again, also, you'll hear him later as some of the crazies in the Omega Ranch.
Yeah, he's definitely one of my favorite characters. I'm glad Mary mentioned earlier that his role as Van Bruggen, we had a hard time casting that because for me personally, I remember they wanted a Dutch accent, and I did a lot of research, and there wasn't, I don't want to offend any Dutch people, wasn't to say it wasn't interesting, but it wasn't, it didn't really allow us to have fun with the character and give him sort of like a bit of a quirky sort of side, and we liked that he was a hacker and everything, so we kind of said, okay, well, we can't really incorporate the Dutch accent in where it's working for us. So we gave him a bit of free rein, and we gave him, like Mary already mentioned, the Gary Oldman True Romance reference. And he came up with something that was totally original, and we really loved it. He did such an amazing job. My only disappointment is that we didn't have time on the character side to give him a unique character that suited the voice,
For Ari, yeah.
and instead he ended up being kind of normal looking.
Yeah, and what I love in this is that this scientist is so meek and so...
Yeah.
You really feel like my heart goes out to this guy. He's so scared, and he did such a great
It
job
shows
in
the
bringing
range
that
that
to
he
life.
has.
But if we come back to those scientists like that, what also for me like for at least for once, I mean, you have Pritchard that helps Jensen throughout the game, but it's more kind of a psychological help. And now getting the feeling that those scientists are kind of
taking a part
of what you have to do to save Megan and save them.
They're being
eventually.
proactive on saving
Exactly,
themselves as opposed to help me, Adam.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
What do you want? I told you people not to barge in here. Wasn't the new biochip design enough?
Dr. Koss, I'm here to get you out.
Jensen? From Sarif? But we were told we'd been written off.
Not exactly.
Listen, Jensen. They forced me to work for them. I didn't want to create the new biochip, especially since it was based on Sarif's research, but they didn't give me a choice.
No one doubts your loyalty, Dr. Koss. Do you know what they plan to do with this new biochip?
I'm not sure. They said something about having Tai Young Medical produce it and distribute it through LIM, but I can't be sure.
I know, and I'm here to bring you all back. But to reach Megan, I need you, Colvin, and Faraday to stage lab accidents as a distraction, simultaneously.
Isn't that a little risky? Besides, how will we coordinate these accidents? It's impossible.
Maybe not. But it's that or staying here and eventually ending up like Dr. Sevchenko.
They killed him, didn't they? He kept provoking them, coming up with these wild escape plans. They try to keep us apart as much as possible now. All right, Mr. Jensen. I'm with you. What's our next move?
We need to disable their GPL tracker. I know Dr. Sevchenko was working on something.
Yes, a virus program. We all thought it was too risky considering we had nowhere to go. But I don't have it. You'd better check with Nia or Declan.
Okay. So Nia is probably the person who has it.
I haven't been able to locate Dr. Colvin yet. Any idea where she might be?
Yes, I think. For a while, Nia used to work on this floor, but she can be rather headstrong. And I think the guards were afraid she'd try to talk to me. They moved her to a more isolated lab on the second floor of the building. I'm sure it's locked, though. So you'll have to find another way in.
Easy enough. Biochip.
Dr. Koss, the biochip you mentioned was based on Sarif studies?
Yes, I believe so. At first I thought it was merely convergent research, but I've worked with Dr. Reed long enough to recognize her handiwork. Besides, I had been working on something similar back in Detroit.
And your knowledge of it made you invaluable here.
At least to a certain extent, it probably helped us all stay alive. But now with Dr. Shevchenko, I guess we've all become expendable. Except for Dr. Reed, I suppose.
Why do you say that?
It's more of a general feeling, I guess. Back in Detroit, we all realized that we were on the verge of something groundbreaking. And here, well, everyone seems to view her research as crucial in some way.
That might explain why she's being held in a secured area.
Possibly. I'm just glad we're going home. It's kind of hard to believe.
Alright, that'll get us sorted.
Sit tight, Dr. Koss. When you feel a vibration from your GPL, set off that distraction. That'll be the signal.
I will. Good luck, Mr. Jensen. And hurry.
Alright. Anything's of note in here? That laser's gone on again. So, second floor. So we have a pretty secure way down there. As long as I'm not seen. Taken down. She's on the other side. Camera's down. Should just be this one guy. Alarm panels there. 1504. There she is. Commentary.
So the interesting acting bit here is the voice actress who plays Nia Colvin is actually the same actress who plays Dr. Markovic in the game. She's Lenny Parker, a very flexible and versatile actress, and she's actually got a bit of a fan following on her own because she was a major character, I believe, in the show Earth Final Conflict, and she still gets a lot of fan mail related to that. So,
is it normal that I don't know that show?
You're just not geek enough.
Okay.
Flexible actress.
Jesus Christ. Come on. I mean, low-hanging fruit and all, but come on. Do not give in to them. He sees the signs of like this is bad. This is like a cult. Oh, Savchenko.
Get the hell out! This lab is off limits to you people.
Nice to see you too, Dr. Goldman.
What? Wait a second. I know you. You were Seraph's security guy. Way to protect our asses.
Hey, check the attitude, Doc. I nearly died trying to save you.
Oh, and now you're here to take me back. Well, maybe I don't want to go. Maybe I've got more here than I ever had at Seraph.
Would Vasily Savchenko agree with that? They executed him and dumped his body in a ditch.
That's not true.
Believe it. Unless these murderers have you so brainwashed, you don't mind building their toys.
It wasn't a toy. It was a software upgrade that limits functionalities in a biochip. They told me it was for crowd control. Is Vasily really dead? You saw the body?
What was left of it?
Oh my god. I should have listened to him.
Dr. Colvin, if we can distract the guards, I may be able to reach Megan. Some staged incidents in the labs would do it. I've spoken with the others.
Declan and Eric. Of course. Interesting idea, Mr. Jensen. Ambitious, but risky. The timing will be critical.
I'll coordinate the attack. But you understand that this could all backfire.
I'm no shrinking violet, Mr. Jensen, but there may be another issue.
The GPLs, I know. I don't suppose you have a copy of Dr. Savchenko's viral program.
I see the others filled you in. Here. Upload it to the central security computer, and it'll scramble the scanners. They won't be able to track us.
Okay, compound is pretty big.
This compound is pretty big, Doc. Where exactly do I find the security computer?
There's a tunnel near the back of the compound. I believe it will take you to the machine. At least that's what Vasily said.
Okay.
Dr. Colvin, I need to know I can trust you. You seemed pretty happy to be here until I told you about Dr. Savchenko.
It's been 6 months, Mr. Jensen. Not long for you, perhaps, but how long can a person live in constant fear? Once they took us out of isolation, it just seemed easier to concentrate on the work.
Did all of you feel that way?
Vasily didn't. Maybe not Declan either, but the work we do here, the discussions, and the theories. I thought thought Seraph's projects were far-reaching, but the experiments I've seen going on here, it's the kind of stuff DARPA dreams up every day.
Only without governmental oversight keeping you in line.
I suppose I'm just a typical scientist to you, right, Mr. Jensen? Blindly pushing boundaries? No care for who's footing the bill or how our discoveries get made?
We all have to live with ourselves at the end of the day, Dr. Colvin.
You're right, of course. But were things so different in Detroit? We all know where those Seraph contracts came from, don't we? You asked me if you could trust me. You can. But you better get on with this.
All right. Let's get rocking then.
Perfect. For now, just stay put. Once I upload the virus, it'll be time to act. I'll signal you. Your GPL will vibrate.
I'll be ready.
I was thinking as well, isn't there somewhere that you can actually find Savchenko's body? And there might be. I just know that I think they're referencing is the arm that you know he's been seen. Let's see. Not in service? Must be where the elevator got off to. Hitman keeps getting targets that you can't hide in the Sniper Colorado mission. She'll be right. Just don't fuck up. Just don't fuck up and you'll win. I actually, like, entirely forget how the Colorado sniper mission works. You need to hide them for the challenge. If it's one of the, like, if it's a challenge that's set by the level, and you're not doing a, like, random... Like, if you're not doing something in Freelancer, then the challenge is accomplishable, and those targets are fixed. It just might take some creative thinking. You can hide them in the targets get randomized. In Freelancer, yes, but not in the main sniper mode. Oh, it's one of the Patient Zero ones. Okay. That challenge might only apply to the base version of Colorado, then. Like, there's another sniper mission, I think, that takes place there. But hiding all the bodies... Really, there's a Patient Zero... There's a Patient Zero hide them all? Okay. I might have to look into that, because I haven't done the Patient Zero stuff in a long time. I'm pretty sure the challenges are mostly location-based, though. Oh, shit. They found someone I knocked out in the labs. Oh well, what could possibly go wrong? Huh. Yeah, okay. This is or was a base of operations for the WHO at some point in this canon. The camera sees me. Saw me, more accurately. Get in here before the robot notices me. There's a laser rifle and a heavy. And a crossbow. And the silent sniper. Oh, the laser rifle makes noise, though. Don't have room for the sniper. I apparently have room for the laser, though. I'm just gonna quickly save here. Oh, maybe it actually doesn't make noise. It's not showing up on my radar. Does absolutely piss all for damage, though.
So at this point, we're about to create the distraction.
Infamous distraction.
Distraction to get access to the restricted area of Omega Ranch. And I remember that even though what we ended up in the game sounds very simple, it was really, really hard to get there because getting the proper feedback to the player that the scientists were helping you into getting into the restricted zone.
Yeah, because we really wanted to bring that sense that Johnson was working as a team with people, but they were spread out all over the compound, and they were supposed to create things that are supposed to set off alarms, and without like some major explosion, it was really hard to kind of figure out how do we kind of coordinate all that.
And if I remember well, with Etienne, we were talking about an explosion with seeing a wall being destroyed or something
yes, like that. Yes, but that was very complicated because all of the heart had to be redone for after.
Alright, just trying to make room for this cross
distraction.
Yeah, that's why we didn't do it because we didn't have.
Where's the laser batteries?
The time with the RDS.
How about the machine pistol ammo that I'm not using? We can just drop that. Okay, that's still no good. How about... Oh, I have Peps packs.
Yeah, it would have been like...
I need that.
Making 2 maps almost.
I just realized I had the crossbow arrows as well, and I could just drop them.
Yeah, and in the end, like the result is not too bad, but it's slightly too subtle.
Yeah, one of the big challenge with the scene was actually that the distraction itself is made by the scientists, which are not located at the same place as the player. So for the player to understand something that is not happening in his field of view, that was really hard. So
yeah, but in the end, hopefully, players got it.
Yep.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Right. Good. Okay, I can see the... So the laser rifle is silent. It just does... piss all for damage. But but it can shoot through walls. I'm not using that sort of power. I know what it can do. I'm not going to bother with it. Let's move on. Tunnel hub. $20 seconds.
Access granted.
Bosh. Cameras are all off. Security hub's done. Ah, the disc reader is used to create the distraction.
Pritchard, are you still tracking the scientists?
Of course.
Simulate feedback along that route. Make it strong enough to vibrate their implants. They have to feel it.
A signal, eh? Not bad, Jensen. I'm sending it now.
Over there! Hold it!
Clear? Oh, that's... target seeking doesn't apply to the heavy rifle, I don't think. Nope. Just rate of fire upgrades. That'd be nice. In. Okay, I know where we are. It's boss fight time.
Here is the introduction to the Namir boss fight. Actually, we had to manage to get two versions working because depending in Hengsha 2 if you went for the chip recall or not, whether you lose your augmentations or you keep them for the battle. And actually, the idea of losing all our augmentations for that boss fight was quite debated in the team. Like, it was a bold move.
It was a very bold move to basically strip the player from at least half of his experience in the game and force him to use, to be clever about the weapons, and well, just run around as much as he could to survive, whether to just use a cloak or any augmentations he's accumulated over the playthrough.
And also for you, as you were balancing the experience, the gameplay, it was tough because you had to make it like interesting if you have your augmentations, but if you don't have augmentations, it still need to be playable.
Yeah, well, it was always we knew the idea of the choice and consequence was always there, that if you don't have your augmentations, it was part of the player's choice. I mean, whether we knew it or not, it was still a discussion we had that if he had the augmentations, the combat would be much easier, and that's the point of augmentations. Whereas if you go with the non-augmentation, the challenge is there that you have to sort of survive as a bare human being. That's pretty much what happens depending on the choice you make.
Oh boy. Killing time. Give me...
Look.
Oh, I don't have any painkillers or anything. Uh-oh.
Jumping at shadows like a scared child.
Oh, that was my frag mine that I just set off. Stupid.
Here is the introduction to the Namir boss fight. Actually, we had to manage to get 2 versions working because...
Oh, that's fun. I didn't know he had animations for that. And also, it'll just kill you instantly. That's hard difficulty, baby.
Here is the introduction to the Namir boss fight. Actually, we had to manage to get 2 versions working because...
We had to manage to get 2 versions working because explosions.
Here is the introduction to the Namir boss fight. Actually, we had to manage to get 2 versions working because depending in Hengsha 2 if you went for the chip recall or not, whether you look...
I was really hoping I'd be able to just stand there and shoot him down. It's obviously not going to be that easy. But it would have been really funny and really fitting for an NG Plus playthrough.
Here is the introduction to the Namir boss fight. Actually, we had to manage to get 2 versions working because depending in Hengsha 2 if you went for the chip recall or not, whether you lose your augmentations or you keep them for the battle. And actually, the idea of losing all our augmentations for that boss fight was quite debated in the team. Like, it was a bold move.
It was a very bold move to basically strip the player from at least half of his experience in the game and force him to use, to be clever about the weapons, and well, just run around as much as he could survive, whether they just...
Ow. Yeah, I do have the augments, but... I think... Okay.
Here is the introduction to the Namir boss fight. Actually, we had to manage to get 2 versions working because depending in Hengsha 2...
Okay, so he doesn't respond to the EMPs.
Chip recall or not, whether you lose your augmentations or you keep them for the battle. And actually, the idea of losing all our augmentations for that boss fight was quite debated in the team. Like, it was a bold move.
It was a very bold move to basically strip the player from at least half of his experience in the game and force him to use, to be clever about the weapons, and well, just run around as much as he could survive, whether to just use a cloak or any one of the augmentations he's accumulated over the...
Hey, I got him! I didn't even attempt to get him.
Finish it. Not until you tell me where Megan is.
You've lost her, Jensen. Men like us, we never get back the things we love.
Bitch. Plasma rifle. Now that's interesting. Let's take a look at that. Ooh! Slight AoE. Seems like it's got some potential. It's loud, though. What upgrades does it support? That's not what I meant to press. Plasma Lance is perhaps the most advanced battlefield weapon of the 2020s. A high-tech firearm that projects a bolt or pulse of superheated plasma down an ionized path towards its target. Deliver heavy damage to medium and heavily armored targets, enough to actually disintegrate some of them, but only at limited range and slow rate of fire. I can deal with that. Oh, jeez. Okay. I'd never actually gone and poked around in this a little bit more. There's these creepy fucks everywhere, isn't there? And then a security hub up here, because they redesigned the boss fight a tad. Commentary?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this amazing game that is Deus Ex Human Revolution.
If you're just joining us.
If you're just joining us, well, we want to say hi to each and every single one of you. If you've been here for about 40 hours, well, you know who we are. Okay, so this room is pretty interesting because the concept of this room with Namir being kind of like somebody who's got his skin ripped off and all the other statues and everything in it is one of the earliest ideas we've actually had in the project. It goes all the way back to like May or early June 2007. We had the exhibition here in Montreal from the human body thing.
Bodies.
What's the name of the artist we used to know back in the days? Anyway, I forgot about him, about his name, that is. But anyway, so we said, one of our concept artists, Thierry, Baron Thierry, designed this guy that was fully augmented, and the augmentations looked like they were muscles, And we said, hey, this is pretty damn cool, let's keep it. Let's design an enemy that's its entire body is like that. It's fully mechanical. Only his head remains a human head. And then because of the exhibition in Montreal, we said, hey, what about he's actually kind of camouflaging himself within an exhibition just like that, and let's play with this. And this is one of the ideas that stayed the entire course of the development until where we actually had to produce this. So that's pretty cool.
That was one of the main challenge we had to actually. The first question was how to replace the statue with Namir and to mimic the animations and stuff. And then what would happen with the statue, and does it come back after? Are there holograms? All these crazy things. So that was a bit of a challenge in that aspect.
An interesting little bit of fact: the statues, not Namir, but the other statues. But Namir also. I'll get back to this. We had their penises modeled on them, right? Yeah. And we had to take them out. Yeah. Because obviously we're not mature enough, people who play games and whatnot. When we see penises, we oh my god, we might go on a killing spree.
If we offend someone,
we're really sorry. And what's cool about Namir is not that we took it out. It's purposely his penis is not there. He probably removes it before combat or something like that. Yeah.
Well, talking about removing things, Namir went through a lot of changes as well. We used to have him like jump on the sides of the room. There are big pillars, and he was supposed to jump from one to the other with a sniper rifle and shoot the laser rifle, I think, and shoot you with it. I could never get it to work properly. It was very confusing, and the player could not actually understand what was going on. So we decided to actually have him run around faster, cloak, and jump over the railings. Well, it's not railings, but so that was very interesting as well.
Also, he had kind of a nano whip, like in Johnny Mnemonic, where you could grab Jensen and pull him back towards him. And with your gun, you had the gameplay to try to shoot at it so he could release you. And if not, he was doing a takedown on you.
It's exactly that. It was a bit of a punishment, but that was kind of cool. I think. Well, it's so cool.
Incredible. I like the notion that, first of all, they had put dicks on here, but they had to remove the dicks because people are not mature enough to understand that dicks exist. Second of all, I'm also deeply amused by the notion that Nimir just takes his penis off before he goes into battle. Oh, I love the idea of hot swappable genitals, but this is ridiculous. Removing your penis during Pride Month. Yeah. Look, I'll be honest. You can't take the penis out of the girl. Detachable genitals are all the rage. Also, to be clear, what I meant when I said that was you couldn't separate me from my penis if you tried. I actually quite like my dick, thank you. Detachable, like, if I could have hot swappable genitals, though, and, like, or hot swappable, like, tits, that'd actually be kind of sick. I would really enjoy that. Oh, good luck with the, good luck getting all hiddens on the Patient Zero Sniper Challenge. It is hard. I hydrated during the dev commentary, by the way.
Versions of the cutscene where
with Megan Reed.
We meet back with Megan Reed. It depends if you went for the chip recall or not, so it plays out a little bit differently. But that was a very, very difficult cutscene to make because it was at that point with all the twists or the intrigues of the game, of the story were coming together, and now we were going into the final stage of closing the story. And
when you're dealing with the story, it's like everything is coming to a head, and there's a lot of information that is coming together at this point. And when we were first working out the story and working out the blueprint, I kept saying, guys, there's too much information. There's too many story beats that are being revealed in this scene. We're revealing the truth about Meg, and we're revealing the truth about Adam's DNA and how it's been used, and we're ultimately revealing who the true villain is in this piece. And it's an awful lot of to communicate, and I just felt like we need to separate it. We need to have gameplay that separates those points.
And I remember you were the one pushing for it quite a lot, and I still wanted you to pull this off because now we were to invent gameplay that didn't necessarily exist, or we didn't plan for anything, and it would have forced us to do filler stuff just to pace the information a little bit more.
Yeah, so it was something. I mean, I have to admit, I was raising my objections from day one. I was raising it in story meetings, I was raising it in blueprint meetings, but ultimately what was coming down was, no, we have to get it all told in this, because we can't stretch the maps, we can't stretch the gameplay.
So from a creative standpoint, you were totally right. That was the wrong approach. But as we had to cut mini maps, and as we had to really close the deal with some of the game aspects and everything, it was the right call to make from a very, I would say, rational standpoint.
And actually it was good we did it that early, because most likely would have had to cut all that gameplay that I thought was needed anyway, and then I would have had to rework the story. But at least this point I knew up front, we got to make the scene work. Somehow we have to make it work, and we did what we could.
Yeah.
You never said anything about this.
I'm going back for the scientists.
No, Adam! I know the complex better than you. I'll find them. There's a hangar bay through there. Get to its control room and retract the roof. Clear a path for us.
Oh, Megan.
So here we're in what we call the White Room. In the game, this was a pretty tricky room to nail down for different reasons, because this represents really well when you want to do something that people have a really hard time envisioning in their heads, where you're like, I want this room white. They're like, okay, you want the walls white? No, I want everything white, as if someone walked in with a paint gun and just like sprayed white over everything. And people just were really reluctant to do it, if you remember, Jeff.
Yeah,
and we were really pressing on like, no.
Because people were saying that it wouldn't look good.
Yeah, a lot of people said it wouldn't look good, and we had to use a few little tricks, like tech tricks that we weren't using in the game at all. And basically, we were just like, we want it, just like figure a way to do it, and it ended up working out really, really well.
This room is gorgeous.
This room is gorgeous. It worked really well with marketing as well as a publicity for the game. And what's a little funny anecdote? One of the marketing artists, when he was like working, on classifying all the screenshots for marketing, he comes up to me and he shows me this room, that the screenshot of that room that I had taken, and he's like, "This room is obviously not finished. There's no textures. All I see is the normal maps." And I'm like, "No, this is it. It's textures." Like, no, I'm like, yeah. If you look at the leather, you can see there's leather texture. If you look everything, the tile look like ceramic, whatever. It's just that all is white. And he's like, okay, when he's giving me this weird look, goes back to his desk, and I get this little messenger message, and he's like, but seriously, the textures are not there. Like, you thought I was joking, and I'm like, no, this is it.
This is the room.
So this is what the game is in a lot of ways, is just making these weird things that had never been done before.
And what is fun about this room actually really break the pace in the game, because as John covered it very often, we try to be as original as possible, but still we try to stay grounded in this kind of alternate reality. But with this room, we really went the extra mile to really break the expectations and bring it beyond what a player could expect. And definitely it's the kind of room that it will stick in your head for a long time.
Yeah, I remember first seeing this room and thinking, like, oh my god, this is so stark. And everything it does to, like, kind of tie together with Megan, and, like, create this very bleak vision, almost. This room kind of stuck out to me for those reasons. And it's cool to have, like, there's a couple very limited splashes of color in here. It makes, like, the book here really stand out. It makes the safe stand out a little bit. But all of this is so just stark. It reminds me a lot of Nier Automata, in the best way. You remember having this roof texture as a desktop wallpaper? What, just like this? Or something like some sort of means of doing a screenshot in a game, right? Huh. Like at an angle. So yeah, you could do it like this, and this looks like conceivably like a kind of desktop wallpaper-ish angle. But seeing the whole room like this is really, like, this is really striking. I like this a lot. Okay, let's look at, oh, it's Darrow's personal computer. Okay, hold on. Because now I'm interested. Let me just capture this server real quick.
Access granted.
Alan Curtis at VersaLife. Anolia. What is that word? It's close to areola, but it's not that. Aneola. The small spider orchid. Small spider. So is this Darrow's room? Is that what that's supposed to imply? The fact that it's his personal terminal there? You know, like, shows his vision and is only visible in, like, the starkest, darkest way.
Access grant.
Clear. Ebook, reimagining, retinal implants. Locking up the, like, XP books. Is this a different commentary? No, it's the same commentary node from before. Alright, we're going to the hangar bay.
Jensen, what the hell's going on out there? Broadcast frequencies are going haywire.
Malik, is that you? Where are you?
Coming into visual range of Singapore now. Been in the air since Pritchard first pinged you.
Good timing. I'm heading for a hangar bay to open the roof. I'll need an emergency extraction.
Roger that. I'm on my way.
Oh.
Hey, Jensen! Looks like you could use some help! I see the scientist, Jensen. I'm landing nearby. And I think Dr. Reed wants to speak to you. Hang on.
Megan's run. Completely deranged.
Hello? Adam? We're all fine, but you have to get to Panchaea and stop Hugh.
You and I aren't done with this, Megan.
I know how it looks, but you have to stop the broadcast. I think it's causing the new biochips to overstimulate the vagus nerve, creating terrifying hallucinations.
You mean it's driving augmented people insane?
Yes, and it's up to you to stop it. Use the Leo shuttle. It will take you to Panchaea. Good luck, Adam.
So like I was saying before, I always felt there should be gameplay separating that cutscene beats into certain things, and one of the things that I was kind of always thinking we would have here is an opportunity through once Darrow through the signal to actually have to struggle your way through Omega Ranch, through the crazy, so you get that experience of it. And it was kind of in my head how this was all going to play out.
But the
with the non-crazies.
Yeah. But the thing is that I wanted to save those fabulous crazies for the last map as much as possible. They have been hinted in the White Room when we were with Megan, and you see it on television. And we wanted to have a first glimpse in Omega Range before heading to Panchaea, just to have kind of a foreshadowing, like all the mess they could do. But I don't want it to overstate it. That's why we managed to keep it very, very low profile.
Yeah, and the other struggle that we were having here was how do we get Malik to come back if she's alive, because we really wanted a payoff for that. And it wasn't so much how do we get her to come back and save you, but if she's not alive, how do we get you out of here?
Exactly.
And we had a whole struggle to try and figure out, okay, if Malik is dead, then it's going to have to be Megan and the scientist who save you. And if she's alive, then it'll be her. And how do we play all of that into basically a funnel at the end of this map?
Huh. They didn't see... I'm surprised that they didn't see a problem with doing that. Because to me it seems immediately obvious, like, oh yeah, you wouldn't want to do that necessarily, because it kind of exposes that the player's impact there didn't really matter. It matters insofar as, I guess, like, you get kind of a cool moment where your pilot drops in and saves them. And, like, it's Malik, and you've been working with her the whole game. There is that personal angle to the storytelling still. But if you were to replay and somehow manage to get the inverse outcome of what you got the first time, I don't know, seeing the exact same thing happen either way feels like it kind of exposes how thin the impact of that is. Which you don't really ever want to do. You never want to kind of show players the inner workings of things almost. Hey, you guys have plasma rifles? He's got an energy bar. Perfect. Alright, we're nearing the end of this. Any commentary nodes about this one? Probably not. Let's have a look in the, Oh, it just occurs to me. It occurred to me what this stands for. Low Earth Orbit Shuttle.
Automated systems online. Darrow Sequence 1, Code 1, 1A. Preset and ready to engage. Suborbital trajectory plotted. Destination, Panchaea. Begin countdown, Mr. Darrow?
Yes.
Begin countdown.
Code 0, 0, 0. Confirm 0. Countdown commencing.
Let's go.
To continue on the comment of the yellow shuttle and going into space, what was really exciting for me is that I really wanted players to be able to see the Earth and everything. And actually, that sequence was supposed to be
Slightly playable.
Slightly playable. You were supposed to be in first person in the cockpit and be able to look around through all the windows and see different sections of the Earth and everything. And as we produced a first version of it that was not playable, was just in cutscene, we didn't see the Earth really. And because we have constraint in time in producing it, and I was like, no, the whole point is to really have a glimpse of the Earth. You need to see it and everything.
I'm cutting you also to say that he's wearing a helmet in the trailer.
Yeah, and now he's reckless.
Yeah.
and finally, like, we managed to show a bit more of the Earth. And now we were closing the deal on the Icarus myth, like in the actual myth. Icarus falls into the sea, and this is what's happening.
That was the entire idea.
Yeah.
All right. Final level. This will bring us... I didn't expect that I would be doing my last stream of the week, last stream at this house, finishing off this game. I'm kind of thrilled about that.
Barely. I've reached Panchaea, Pritchard. Any word from Sarah for the UN delegates?
Nothing. The installation went into lockdown shortly after Darrow gave his speech. I can't tell if anyone's even alive. And the signal's still broadcasting.
Meaning no one's safe till I get in there and shut it down.
You'll have to disengage the lockdown first. Look for a master control panel at the top of the tower.
Top of the tower? Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, Panchaea, like a kind of united Earth, you know. Not in any way suspicious. Smile. Why is there a mine? Yeah, like Pangea. Like Pangea Panga. Like Pen and Coic. Author of the famous half an A-press Mario run. Oh boy. Soak the floor. Oh yeah, this guy seemed to... This guy thought he had the right idea. Oh, that's where I came down. Oh wait, no it's not. Oh, wait, no. Yes it is. Ugh, fuck! The fucking mines. The fucking mines. They're everywhere. Oh, good.
Jensen, can you read me?
Barely. I've reached Panchaea, Pritchard. Any word from Sarah for the UN delegates?
Nothing. The installation went into lockdown shortly after Darrow gave his speech. I can't tell if anyone's even alive. And the signal's still broadcasting.
Meaning no one's safe till I get in there and shut it down.
You'll have to disengage the lockdown first. Look for a master control panel at the top of the tower.
I'm just gonna ignore that these are here. This shit can't do nothing to me, man. Let's take a look at the map and actually try and navigate a little bit. Stairwell. At the end of the hallway, left side. I understand now. I can ignore the EMPs, I can't ignore the fragmentation mines. Those are bad for you.
Jensen, can you read me?
Barely. I've reached Panchaea, Pritchard. Any word from Sarah for the UN delegates?
Nothing. The installation went into lockdown shortly after Darrow gave his speech. I can't tell if anyone's even alive. And the signal's still broadcasting.
Meaning no one's safe till I get in there and shut it down.
You'll have to disengage the lockdown first. Look for a master control panel at the top of the tower.
I actually would love to... I would love to know if there is a commentary track for Mankind Divided. Because I would absolutely love to know what the fuck they were thinking. Is this all blocked off? Yeah, it is. Okay. No simple ways in. Oh, that's a box guard.
Pritchard, Panchaea's broadcast center is at the base of the station near the bottom of the ocean. Is that right?
But the lockdown caused all the blast doors to seal. You won't be able to go down until you override them manually.
From up in the tower. I got it.
Going up there? Okay. Manual override. Sorry. Not a test. Automatically generated message from the Panchaea Oceanic Installation 5 Hyron Core. I see it, mommy. I'm pretty sure that that is... Yeah, the Hyron Core is all the kidnapped women. Amelie? Amelie?
Access granted.
I'm just gonna leave the robot off. I can't see anything good coming out of me activating it. Oh, come on now. This way I can crawl around up here. Oh. Get a rocket launcher? What's this man doing hiding up here with a rocket launcher? Where does this vent go? Literally nowhere of consequence. Got it. That's a way to go. I wish there were more opportunities for that sort of thing. Just like, oh yeah, I can break a window to get through here. But there's no melee. Aside from the takedowns. So, like, you can't even do that. It's a long elevator ride. Developer commentary?
Here, if you look by the window, you can see all the icebergs on the ocean, and that's what is funny about that is, as when we develop a game, we always go with layers. As you build the geometry, then like you can move around, and eventually a first pass of visuals, but it takes a long time before you get to the end. And
I'll hydrate now. Thank you.
Back from conception time, where the first concept art for Panchaea, we said we're in 2027, so the global warming has increased much more. So there's a lot of meltdown of the icebergs and stuff. And the first concept art about Panchaea, there was no iceberg on it. And I went to John and saying, yes, it's melting down, but we need to have a little bit more. And he added, but after that, as we were building the map, icebergs were still not there, but because we weren't not there yet.
Well, it's because they had melted in the meantime.
Yeah, in the meantime, because it took us 4 years. Yeah. So, but I was constantly reviewing the map, like looking by the window. I want my icebergs. I want the icebergs there and everything. And after a while, the guys, especially John, they were tired of me, like with my icebergs. And as soon as I was coming in the room for this, and they were, yes, there are going to be icebergs even before. Eventually, they got there, and I could really relax and be happy.
But it was just the tip of the iceberg.
Jesus. Immerse yourself in taste.
Here, we're very close by the first crazy that you can encounter if you really
I could just say,
explore. Yes.
I've always hated the name Crazies.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be. We unfortunately made the mistake of calling them Crazies in the production because they weren't supposed to be zombies. They weren't supposed to be crazy.
No.
The storyline is that they were supposed to have been in a state of terror. They're suffering terrible, terrible hallucinations, and everybody is acting out of fear. And when your gut instinct kicks in, when you're that terrified, and many of them are, it's fight or flight, and many of the people are supposed to be these trained soldiers who are going to fight, and it's going to be very dangerous. But we made the mistake of calling them crazies. And when we called them crazies, everything just started going from there.
Yeah. So actually, and when we thought about them and everything, because of the story, the AI that would be needed for them would be different than the rest of the game.
Definitely.
But since it was the only part of the game where you actually see them and a little bit in Omega Ranch, we couldn't put it as a priority. You have to have the AI for the rest of the game to be working super well before we get into this.
You need the AI that you're going to see 98% of the time good.
Exactly. So it was the last thing that we really focused on. And like Mary said, like just because we were calling them crazies, it put everybody in a state of mind that they are crazy.
That they're just insane.
Exactly.
Zombie,
and it informed
crazy
the animation and all to go in that direction. And the thing is that back in the day when we were thinking about them, we didn't really have good references to base them on. And as they were done and everything, I saw an episode of Fringe season 2 where I can't remember which episode it is, but you have these people who just go in hallucinating some stuff, and it makes them kill people just because they're in this fight or flight kind of moment, etc. And I was like, gosh, if I've seen it or if it had existed when we were talking about them, the crazies the way they are, they wouldn't exist. So
I don't want it like that.
So they've accidentally, it sounds like they've accidentally like kind of written themselves into a corner with some of this stuff.
The other side. I know.
Like with Mankind Divided, obviously you had to build off of this moment, and like the interpretation that you have as part of that, with that they're all being like, if that's the interpretation that everyone took away from this moment, that everyone was just like crazy and not like they were driven out of their minds in fear, then it kind of does become a situation where it feels like you wrote yourself into a corner. And for Mankind Divided, you kind of had to go with this, well, you know, because of this incident, there's a lot of, like, repression of people who were augmented, willingly or not, and it becomes a whole thing. And I wonder if they would have ended up telling a completely different story as a result of that. I did also just see references to a Mrs. Trudeau, so I'm wondering if that's like... I wonder if that's an actual, like... Is it a reference to the Canadian politician Justin Trudeau? And if so, is this like a sibling or something? Maybe a child? Prepare for full purge and breakdown. The promised land awaits. that one can't be captured like that, so we gotta do this.
Access granted.
And that. Loads of plasma capsules. Guess I'll have an opportunity to actually play around with that stuff. The weird voices in the background and the laughter in the background that you can hear. Feels very kind of like Horror 101. How do we make all this sound creepy? I don't know, just put it in the background and give it a little bit of echo. Bell tower ops. And the turret would have seen them all. Oh, this is the,
Here, the last social boss fight, our last encounter with a madman. Actually, it's the one...
No! I wanted the commentary!
That we acknowledge ourselves to, like, it's the silliest one in the sense that the ship went off, people are dying all over the world, and you have Adam Jensen that goes into this lengthy...
I don't think you want to do that, Mr. Jensen.
But at the same time,
disengage lockdown, and whatever demons
it's a bit like before the big guy wants to kill the hero, like the mad guy wants to kill the hero,
Well,
and it makes a
but,
lengthy...
but at the same
fits
time,
into this whole thing.
So it was ridiculous, but at the same time it was needed to hammer the philosophies once more.
What I'm saying is
before
that
you
we're not
make
the
your
first
final
ones to use that
choice.
means.
No.
No.
Exactly.
And actually, I think our original intentions with it were to kind of shake up and say, you know, why not have a boss fight where at the end of the game where it's a conversation and you have to try and convince this madman of the rationale behind it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it wasn't the last one we wrote, but it was a switch of writers. Many of the boss fights were written by one writer on the project, Taras, who was fantastic, and then unfortunately he ended up leaving the project, and so we had to kind of train other writers on staff to do it. So it was a bit of and it's quite a difficult thing to write. So I think that kind of came into it. I think the fact that we had to get this actor to perform and gradually over the course of the conversation get angrier and angrier, and yet you can't really get too angry in these conversations because they all have to bleed back into all the multiple choices. So a lot of that led to, I think, a lot of issues on
and then even with the body acting, like at first he uses his cane and like he has a hard time moving around, and eventually gets passionate about what's talking about.
It's all
and
over the place.
He forgets that he has trouble with his
because
leg.
the adrenaline kicks in and he forgets about the pain, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think we actually had two different mocap actors because I think we mocapped it once and we weren't happy and we had to redo it with someone else, so that might have also contributed to all that. So this one was not by any means my favorite.
But at least we had good visuals in the background, right?
Yeah, that's totally true. Thank you.
with our small birds that are
I saved the day. Is that what you're saying? No. But the room itself is, visually speaking, is definitely, again, I guess it goes with the whole Daryl thing that we've been talking about. The room itself is really not one of the best visuals of the game. But in the background, the matte painting that we have of Panchaea and that big gaping hole that goes into the ocean is
impressive.
It's quite impressive. Is I think pretty much movie quality. It's Jim Murray who did it, one of our concept artists, and turned out very well. So. And
I can't remember if in this shot we can see icebergs.
I hope not.
Finally getting through to you.
Okay, let's see if we can reload. And see if I can actually hear this part of the conversation or not. Because there should be a save, hopefully. Perfect. Oh, that's right. I actually did need to hack this.
Access granted.
Thank Thank you. And you know what? We're here in the last level. Let's just use everything we have. Okay, turrets are down. Now that we've heard that commentary node, we'll get to hear the whole conversation normally, hopefully. And it won't sound like there are two people talking over each other, because that was what was happening for a moment there.
I don't think you want to do that, Mr. Jensen. Disengage lockdown, and whatever demons this station contains are likely to come crashing out on us.
Afraid to die, Darrow? Or just unwilling to face what you've done?
Oh, I know what I've done.
Emergency Protocol 420.
I take no pleasure in it.
And yet you still did it.
I did what had to be done. 20 years ago, I gave the world augmentation technology. I thought I was giving it a bright future, but instead I gave it the means to destroy itself. No law, no UN regulation was going to fix that.
People are dying out there. Hundreds of thousands of people driven to the brink of insanity because of you.
I had to convince the world. Before today, people believed we should steal fire from the gods and redesign human nature. Human nature is the only thing we have that gives us a moral compass and the social skills we need to live in peace. Destroy it, and you destroy our very species.
Don't paint yourself a savior in this. What you're doing is insane.
Is it? When this is done, the Illuminati won't be able to control men and women like you as they had planned, from the inside out. No one will be able to use the technology I invented to make others into beings they desire. Something we both know has happened already.
You think you're Frankenstein? Killing his own monster?
Actually, Mr. Jensen, I prefer to think of myself as Daedalus, watching helplessly as his child crashes into the sea.
Well, that's incredible bird animation.
Now.
You can't. The signal is being generated from the broadcast center at the base of this facility. Panchea's security system has been programmed to protect it, and will kill you before you even get close.
You designed that system, Darrow. You can tell me how to shut it down.
But I won't. You think what I'm doing is extreme. You simply don't understand. For humanity to survive beyond this century, it must abandon ill-conceived notions about transcendence and embrace change. But for that to happen, the hard lesson must be learned. Blood must be shed.
Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. Help me stop this. You think humanity needs to be punished? You can't force people to change. You have to do it on their own.
What you're doing is horrific. It has to stop. You can't force people to change. They have to do it on their own, or they'll end up resenting you for it. And doing it like this? My God, Darrow, it's insane.
It is not insane, Mr. Jensen. Tragic, yes. Unavoidable? No. Even as I listen to your words, I realize a cruel truth. No one else has the vision to see what I've seen, the will to do what I have done.
Oh, I'm God's specialist boy.
Judging but never acting. None of you have the moral courage to see this through to its conclusion. Well, so be it.
I'm God's specialist boy, and only I can see. I see the truth. Ugh. Let's see. None of it matters, because this is what'll happen right now. After today, whatever you say will be dismissed as the ravings of a mass murderer. stack of innocent victims. You are trying to justify genocide. You want us to see what you've seen, but how can we when we're grieving over the people you forced us to leave behind?
Nothing more to say, Mr. Jensen?
I think the appeal actually would...
You want us to see what you see. Fine. Our humanity is threatened because technology is messing with our minds. But how can we recognize this message when we're grieving over the people you forced us to leave behind? Friends and neighbors, people we care about. Is the image of their murders the vision you want us to have?
I have shown humanity the price of its complacency. The price of pride and arrogance. If people don't have the wherewithal to put aside their emotions and recognize that, I don't give a damn what vision they...
Humans are emotional beings, you fuckwit!
History shows us that every measured, reasonable approach to a global problem has failed, mired in apathy and inaction. Taggart would have us sit and debate while people like you continue to radically and fundamentally tear at the fabric of society. You'll never freely give up your augmentations, and your lust for superiority will destroy us all.
Well, you're talking to a man who was augmented against his will. Not interested in saving humanity. This is jealousy. People like me, you mean not like you. Your creation is leaving you behind.
People like me? You mean not like you. You changed the world when you invented this technology, but your creation is leaving you behind. And as long as it's allowed to continue, mankind will use it to evolve without you. Until the father of tomorrow is known as yesterday's man.
But they cannot leave me behind! Don't you see? You think you have the measure of me, don't you? That I'm some common criminal you can bully into submission. Go on then. Beat the codes out of me. Lash out and prove me right about you and what augmentations have done to you.
What? What the fuck? Darrow, you are a massive idiot. Cover up with all that pretense about saving the world. Nothing more than an... Oh, yes.
With all that pretense about saving the world, try to justify it. But deep down inside, you're nothing more than an angry child. Spiteful, full of hate, envious and bitter. How petty is that?
How dare you? I'm not the one driven by rage and obsession. I'm not the one chasing the love of a woman who rejected him. You're the weak link, Jensen. Nothing but a genetic fluke. A thug with a gift he was too ignorant to comprehend. You think you're going to save the world? By tomorrow, the world will hate your kind more than I ever could. Kill me if you wish, but I won't give you the security shutdown codes. I regret nothing I have done. The technology I created must be destroyed, and this is the only way I know to assure it. Go down there, Mr. Jensen. Go down to the core and see with your own eyes the horrors your precious future creates. I've made my choices. Now you must make yours.
The people who were forcefully augmented as part of the Hiron Project are not actually a problem. Like, that's not... That's not the fault of augmentations. None of that is the fault of the people who were getting the augmentations. You dipshit. Okay. I've lashed out now, I'm fine. Can we convince him of this? You don't have enough to do a stretch. Well, it'd be easier to get enough if you stopped using all your points to highlight your messages. You don't need to do it. You can just remind me to stretch.
Access granted.
Arf. Okay. Let's see if we can convince him this time that he is an idiot.
I'm ending this. Now.
You can't. The signal is being generated from the broadcast center at the base of this facility. Panchea's security system has been programmed to protect it, and will kill you before you even get close.
You designed that system, Darrow. You can tell me how to shut it down.
But I won't. You think what I'm doing is extreme. You simply don't understand. For humanity to survive beyond this century, it must abandon ill-conceived notions about transcendence and embrace change. But for that to happen, the hard lesson must be learned. Blood must be shed.
Rubbish.
What you're doing is horrific. It has to stop. You can't force people to change. They have to do it on their own, or they'll end up resenting you for it. And doing it like this? My God, Darrow, it's insane.
It is not insane, Mr. Jensen. Tragic, yes. Unavoidable? No. History has shown us again and again that the human race is hidebound and governed by inertia. As a society, as a species, the only way to elicit any kind of reaction from it is...
This is a different line, isn't it?
A horrible cataclysm. I regret what I have been forced to do, but given what I know about mankind and the dangers facing us, this was the only viable choice.
That was a different line than what he was saying before. Trying to justify genocide. None of it matters because this is what will happen now. After today, whatever you say will be dismissed as the ravings of a mass murderer.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. None of it matters because this is what will happen now. After today, whatever you say will be dismissed as the ravings of a mass murderer. You were one of the greatest minds of our time, and tomorrow you'll be nothing but a killer.
Ravings of a mass murderer? When the truth is revealed, when people know why I did this, surely they will understand. Oh, why did I expect this to turn out differently? People like you, people who willingly surrender their humanity a piece at a time, you'll never understand. And browbeating won't get me to change my mind. You can talk and talk and talk, but in the end, you'll still fail to grasp the fundamental underlying truth.
House MD, ass. Mankind will use it to evolve. This is jealousy, pure and simple. You can't stand anyone leaving you behind. They're different than you. I am still a human being. Step back for just one moment, see it through our eyes.
People like me? I'm no different than you, Darrow. I'm still a human being, just like all the men and women you're driving insane out there. Step back for just one moment and see it through our eyes. You've convinced yourself you're saving the world, but you're just lashing out in spite.
No, I didn't mean to imply... Mr. Jensen, please. You and I, we're two sides of the same coin. I could have been you if it weren't for this damned blood in my veins. But I was cheated by my own DNA, cursed to become a cripple. And I am not the only one. As long as this technology exists, mankind will continue to divide. Help me make us all equal again.
Without augmentations, augmentations arguably level the playing field. Without them, they arguably they level the playing field insofar as the technology, in theory, means that if you have a genetic disease, it could theoretically be overcome. If you had something like, I have House MD on the mind, so I'm going to use a House MD example. If you had Huntington's, if there was an augmentation that you could get which would stop the effects of Huntington's, that would be, like, a good thing. It would level the playing field. What this guy wants, this guy just wants to bring people back to the fucking Stone Age, though. I was cursed to become a cripple. What did... Okay. And you have the technology to fix this. You don't lose... Again, there's a lot of this that really just expects me to care about humanity in an exclusively biological sense. In the sense that, you know, we're flesh and bone, we're mind and muscle. These are the things that make us human, but they're not. Sorry, they're not. That's not what it works. That's not the way it works. What makes us human is our capacity to think, to feel, to love, to reason. All of these abilities reside in the brain, and some would argue, I'm gonna argue as well, that it may reside in the soul as well, that the soul is what makes us human. You know, you get people talking about how their soul connects to various things, whether it's like, oh, I'm like an old soul. You feel like a sense to... You feel a call towards tradition and simpler things, I guess. Maybe your soul is more animalistic. Mine is. At least that's kind of the read I get off of it. All of these things are the actual things that make us human. The meat doesn't fucking mean anything. The meat doesn't mean anything. If we could have all those capabilities, truly, because there are ways that you could theoretically have those things, but still be limited in some artificial way. But if you can truly have those things, then I think that's what makes you human. Meat is everything. Wink. Oh, Christ. Okay, so...
Nothing more to say, Mr. Jensen?
I think I get to deploy the critique.
Cover it up with all that pretense about saving the world, try to justify it. But deep down inside, you're nothing more than an angry child. Spiteful, full of hate, envious and bitter. How petty is that?
Petty? I was betrayed by my own genetics, ruined by my own flesh. What right do you have to condemn me, to curse me? All I ever wanted was to build something good, something magnificent. And now, there's so much blood. So much blood. I will give you what you want, Mr. Jensen. Codes to shut down Panchaea's security system. But you'll still be in danger. Much of the system is self-determining and lethal. When you see it, maybe then you'll understand. The technology I created will not be the future any one of us desires. Please, help the world understand that.
Technology is a neutral thing. It is a neutral thing, but its viewpoints are, like... The things that technology can do and its viewpoints are imposed by humans. Technology in and of itself, purely conceptually, is a neutral thing. It is entirely that. Let's see. Human enhancement technology.
Put that away. Put that away. The codes should help you shut down the Hyron project, Panchaea's security system. When you see it, you will understand. There is no room for this technology in the world.
I agree, but that's not because it's technology. Like, we know what the Hyron project is. It's, like, literally built off of the bodies of people. It is built off of their bodies, minds, and souls.
Richard, the lockdown's disengaged. I'm heading back to the hangar to see if those blast doors are open. Have you been able to raise anyone?
I'm picking up several glimmers, but there's too much interference. I think you're on your own, Jensen.
Careful there, Francis. You almost sound like you regret that.
Now, with all of that said, for the ease of expedience, for all that I have said, I'm sorry.
I need for you to understand! Just let me explain!
I'm not really going back on my morals, though, am I? Because, like, think about it for a second. In reality, if we take the roleplay seriously, obviously, like, this is a bad thing that I am doing. I am doing a crime. For the sake of progressing through this endgame, I am not taking the role-playing very seriously. Because this whole premise really falls apart. It's really dumb. I hate Hugh Darrow's savior complex. Just so much rubbish. There's a note in here?
So I actually had an awful lot of fun writing the Hyron project emails that you find in here, because the concept that we had was, of course, that any kind of email that's been generated about a security code, we should have it be generated by this Hyron computer that's in the basement of this facility, in the very, very depths of the facility. And so the whole concept that this computer was actually part human, and these poor women who had been attached to this against their will. And so it was actually fun every time I would do that to write emails that kind of sound very computer-esque, and yet at the very end have this eerie human statement about remember me, or life is sad, or all this stuff. And it added, for me, I had a lot of fun doing it. It added a lot, and all of the codes for all of the that the computer had to generate were often, the codes were the names of the women who had been kidnapped, and the their dying statement as the password. So that was
sad.
kind of wild as you sit there and look through all those computers.
Yeesh. Okay, Mary. Attitude problem. Global warming is no joke. Safety hazard. There's a fucking limb clinic in here?
Put that weapon away. Hasn't there been enough fighting?
Is there a limb clinic in here?
You seem relatively normal, Nishvar.
All things considered, yeah. You okay?
Thankfully, I was able to barricade myself in here when things got out of control. So, is it safe to come out now?
No. The rest of the station is still under siege.
Yes, of course.
Is it still possible to download Praxis software? Oh my god. Adam. Adam. CYM biochip. Compliance team. Pocket security. Walling. I want love. See the wind, turn the rudder.
This is William Taggart. If anyone out there is listening, I'm begging you, help. We've barricaded ourselves inside the core server room. Many of us are wounded. Please, save us. Please, save us.
Yo?
Don't run! Get to Medici this way! Stand still!
Oh, I overheated. Oh boy.
Don't be difficult. This is the best for both of us.
There's loads of them going on down here. Where's this core server room, though? Is it on my way? It's the broadcast signal. So it's kind of a hidden objective.
There? Can you hear me?
David Seraph.
We've locked ourselves in a machine room. Please! Help us!
Okay, broadcast center's this way. I might be missing out on rescuing them. A heavy rifle and a load of ammo? Oh, this only goes one way, doesn't it? Emergency.
Here's what we call the Star Wars bridge, because it's kind of like reminiscing of these huge environments that you see in Star Wars, especially in the Death Star. In the early ones. You had the Death Star and probably also the Cloud City and stuff like that. There's like huge cylinders with like a little bridge and stuff like that. The idea here, I think, could have been implemented a bit better, but the idea is that we're actually between like the walls of Panchaea, the actual rim of the cylinders. We are inside this rim. It's almost as if the early parts of the level were on the exterior part of the walls, and then we need to take a bridge that crosses that wall that brings us into the hollow part of the cylinder to take the big elevator that's going to bring us down. So the idea was to understand that every like gigantic engineering feat, like such as Panchaea, or like a big dam or something like that, you can.
Oh, this is the no turning back zone. Okay, so we have missed Seraph and Taggart. They're hiding out somewhere in this backtracked area. It's the Star Wars bridge. We've got one group locked in a machine room and one group locked in a maintenance room of some description, I'm pretty sure. Elevator here. Where's this go? Very satisfying whir. Was this back up? Oh, machine room. Oh, fuck.
You're gonna...
Oh, some of Seraph's bodyguards are here. Coolant.
Don't be...
You could totally miss all of this stuff. Did I miss where they were? Must have done. Oh! Okay, well, it's put me not far back at all, about like 10-20 seconds back. So this actually works out. I can see them. Commentary.
It's okay. So here we are with some of the final dialogues in the game, and I think I mentioned earlier that when we first started the project, the approach that we were coming from was to make the story mostly told through cutscenes and through these dialogues that reacted and didn't give you much opportunity to actually interact with them. And we had made the decision much later into production that, oh my goodness, we're missing an opportunity. So I really, really wanted to make these conversations with Seraph and with Taggart more interactive and give the player more choices, but we unfortunately just ran out of time as we're rewriting the whole script. And so at the end here, I did what I could to kind of
at least
make
we had
it.
to add the philosophy in place, but it was not as involving the player as much.
Yeah. So that was kind of one of my disappointments.
And also another thing that with the Seraph room, and as we'll talk about the Taggart's room too, if you don't visit them, they don't appear in the final choices. And we debated it for a while within the team, whether if we should go in that direction or not, if it was too punitive or not. And me, I was really going for the fact that, no, you need to go talk to them. And if you don't, then those opportunities are just not there. And
you mean at the end of the game when you have to make your choices?
When you have to make your choice at the end. So instead of having 4 options available, you would end up having just 2 with the player choice and the Darrow's choice. So, but yeah, we had a lot of long discussions about that.
You Darrow's trick.
What the hell do you think you're doing, son? Put that away!
Sorry.
Adam! Oh, thank God you came. I've got wounded here. We'll have to move them first.
We can't move anyone yet. Not until I get to the base of the station and shut down Darrow's broadcast.
What? Why?
The chaos you experienced here, it's everywhere. The Illuminati created a biochip that stops people from using enhanced abilities, and Darrow turned it into a kill switch.
Oh my God, you... We gotta fix this, Adam. If people realize what's happened, if they believe augmentation technology created this chaos, they'll ban human enhancement research forever.
And that would be a bad thing.
Yes, it would! Don't you see what's at stake here? Ever since man first crawled out of that ocean, we've been striving to be more than we are. Augmentation technology is just the latest, greatest step on a very long road. But we've barely scratched the surface of its potential. We can't let fear stop us from continuing.
That's your belief, Seraph. Not everyone shares it.
But you do, Adam. I know it. And if we work together, we can really make a difference. We can improve the lives of everyone, but only if we fix this.
Go on.
We'd have to get a message out after you shut down Hugh's signal. Tell the world, tell them the Humanity Front did this. That their doctors created a virus that only affects augmented people.
You mean lie?
It'll give us time, son. Time to figure out how to destroy the Illuminati's biochips and move on.
And what about the people who've been hurt by this? Don't they deserve the truth?
Adam, if we want the freedom to become more than we are, we can't be blinded by a misguided morality. Some people will be left behind. It's reality. It's evolution, son.
Right. Evolution based on my DNA.
Please, son, you have to stay with me on this.
I'll think about it.
God, the slimy way he calls him, like, son, just is trying to appeal to him in that way. What a scumbag. Oh, the Hyron Core. Security door aid, open pod 1 door, approach manually. Perform an inspection of the equipment. Do it in the various security hubs. So gross. He's just like, oh, we'll just lie to them, Adam. Adam. What is this? Adam, nobody really needs to know the truth of what's going on in here. They don't need to know who caused this and why it happened. Don't be ridiculous. Is this a one-way path as well? Ring section. Oh, there is a staircase going up, as well as one going down. Is this Taggart's room down below, then? If I look at the map... Definitely didn't come through here. Oh no, we maybe did. This just leads to Seraph's room. Maybe another one off to the side? No, this is an extension of the machine room. So maybe Taggart is further up. These stairs over here going down. Yes. Those go down, those ones go down, those ones go down. I think maybe the only access is via the elevator. Adam! I know you have no reason to trust me at all. But come on, Adam! Okay, let's move. Looking for a server room this time. Could be down here? Could anything be down here? Oh, this is a shortcut that... Okay. This leads me back to the machine room floors. Well, shit. Now I have to spend time waiting in front of an elevator again. Yeah, no, this is where I need to go. Is there an objective that shows me where... No. Oh, secondary objectives. So it is on there. Just need to figure out where... Taggart actually is. He's a slime ball too, but I'll talk to him. I want to talk to him and see what he has to say. So we can judge him. All these funny plasma toys. not a drop to drink. Okay, I think I can see on the map where Taggart is. We keep going along this way. Clear? That's a grenade. Let's not open that while we have guests we're trying to see.
One of the other things that we wanted to do with the endings, as JF mentions in another one of our discussions here, is that by not going to see Seraph or not seeing Taggart, you wouldn't actually get their end choices. But we also intended that the endings would play out a lot differently. We didn't want it to be that you just go to the room and they give you a dialogue and then you get the ending. We actually wanted them at one point to give you actions you had to do. The end, they're asking you to change the message, and we had all these ideas, if I can remember it correctly. We had ideas that in order to actually change the message, you had to compile evidence and that you could actually insert into it. And so we were going to send you all over the place. And I remember, like, Taggart, the only thing I vaguely remember with Taggart is that he wanted you to go get his briefcase somewhere because there would be some tapes and evidence in there that you could do. Yeah. So it was supposed to be a lot more involved than just getting to talk to them and then getting to push a button at the end. But
the schedule was tight when we were at that point where we could figure this out, and we had to take some shortcuts and get to the essential.
Yes.
Another clash of ambition and reality. Also, this email is gross. This is a gross email. It makes some of you squeamish, but we have a responsibility to these girls. They are sacrificing everything to make... Sacrificing is the word. Yeah, sacrificing is the word that really, really... Oh. We're gonna go about... You're gonna go about kidnapping people and torturing them and forcing them into these, like, computer... Like, hybrid computers... And say, yeah, they're sacrificing everything. So gross. It's so gross for them to frame it that way. Like, in the authorial context, it is so gross. Hi, Taggart. Are you going to be less of a bitch?
Mr. Jensen, how ironic that you should be the one to save us from the monsters out there.
Monsters, Taggart? You mean people. Augmented people who've lost all control, lost their reason.
Isn't that supposed to be my line? Unfortunately, it seems your esteemed Mr. Darrow decided to appropriate my point and turn it back on me. In madness and in blood. He has betrayed us all.
So you finally admit it. You are part of this after all. You have been all along.
It would be pointless to deny anything now, but despite what you think of us, we never wanted augmentations outlawed. All we've ever sought is regulation, rules governing how the technology is developed, and laws that ensure it's used for the good of society.
You've raised society above humanity. So who gets to make those rules?
Men with wisdom, strength, and tenacity to know what's right. Proven leaders who distinguish themselves like you, Mr. Jensen. You've certainly earned the right to be one of us. All you have to do is take it.
I'm not looking for glory, Taggart.
Just remember that without control, there's no room for freedom, only anarchy. You were a policeman once. You know the importance of order.
I know there's a difference between order and slavery.
The biochip wasn't supposed to force people to do anything. It merely limited powers so that people couldn't go on killing sprees like the ones taking place right now.
Amazing how well that worked out.
Say what you will, but I know that some part of you agrees with me. Absolute freedom is no different than absolute chaos. Society needs boundaries if it has any hope of surviving. And you, Mr. Jensen, can be the one to give us that hope. Shut down Darrow's signal. Then help me get a message out saying that an accident at VersaLife contaminated the world's neuropozyne supply.
VersaLife? And what if I decided to blame the Illuminati?
The Illuminati is just a name to get rich financiers to invest more money. Besides, do you really think the world will believe in some 18th century conspiracy theory? Do this for us, and you'll ensure a future for mankind, all of mankind, augmented or otherwise. The future Hugh Darrow offers doesn't allow for both.
Let me think about it.
Oh! Oh, you suck! You suck so bad! Oh, yeah, you know, when you think about it, really, I was also manipulating people, and I did all of that, and, you know, I was in charge of a lot of that, but what if you let me keep doing that, and we pretend this never happened? What a fuckwit. What an absolute bastard. Take that, chuckle fuck. Hang on, let me pull off another animation on him real quick. Oh no, he fell over onto my arm swords. Oh well. No one could have seen this coming. What a tragedy. William Taggart died. Nobody will ever know that he was a member of the Illuminati. He was engineering all of this from minute one. But he wants you to really believe that he has nothing to do with this. Bitch. God, both him and Seraph, both of those endings suck. The, philosophical arguments that they are offering are total dog shit. Absolutely just rancid dog shit. What dipshits? Ugh! These people all suck in unique and compelling ways. And that's part of what makes this game good, is I'm actually angry at these people's point of view. Like, they have things as characters that they are written to believe, and I despise them for it. Oh man, this structure, this internal bit of the structure would be so cool if you could actually see anything. It wasn't just shadow box. Oh. All the endings, all of this is bad. Seraph is like, let's just lie to everybody. Taggart is, what if the Illuminati is good and right, and, you know, we need absolute control.
So that's the big elevator scene where we actually go technically at the bottom of the ocean, and
that was something quite important to us.
And what we wanted to do at first, it was to put the flags of the countries today fighting for the Arctic Pole and everything.
Oh, at the bottom.
At the bottom, which we didn't do.
Because that's the idea, that the cylinder literally goes to the bottom of the Arctic Ocean, and there is a real thing where Canada and Russia are actually in the real world fighting to know that place belongs to who, and actually put their flags there.
And we wanted to put them there.
To be like, that's exactly where the thing is where the flags are at.
But if we come back to the elevator itself, like what we wanted to do is, it was this massive thing where you just absorb this whole infrastructure as you go down. It was tough to
Yeah, we had some trouble with this elevator. In fact, because we have to be sure the timing during the descent is not too long, and during this descent, the visibility of the round itself,
the structure.
The structure must be artistically. Correct. In fact.
Yeah.
And finally, we did more. We did some tests for this. We had very quickly a solution for the rendering part, but we encountered some trouble with the physics system itself, because when we found the speed of the elevator, we have trouble, for example, with the jump. When you jump during the descent of the elevator, when you touch down after that, the elevator itself, you were killed. So
because it had to move quite fast, actually.
Yeah, it was going down so fast that basically, if you jumped, it ended up like being a huge drop back to the thing. Yeah.
So it was after that a discussion with game director, etc., to be sure. Can we just lock the character during the descent? The answer was yes. So
we can move around.
We move around.
We can move.
We killed the jump feature for that elevator.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I remember one of our big challenge was making sure that it feels big, that it goes down for quite a long time, but at the same time not too long, you know. But because if it went down too fast, it would feel like the tube was really short. And
the second issue with that, finally, it was the bonding areas, because the elevator was opened.
Yeah.
So if you jump, you can jump over the well. So you can be killed again.
Yeah.
So, and because there's no gameplay really in this, it's just a big showcase.
It's a big feeling.
Yes.
Yeah. It was just to absorb something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this was a good decision for this. So we can focus only on the art part finally.
Yeah, and I remember we wanted to have a lot more like things exploding, and like because of all the stuff that happened in Pencha and smoke. There was a bit. But I remember we had things we wanted to have those big pipes falling
exactly.
and like
and finally all the stuff was at the original scale. For this part was the original
1:1.
scale. It's not really
We had
really
few compromises to do, but we managed to pull off for the feeling we wanted for that scene. Yeah.
Some part was matte painting directly on the structure to manage correctly the feeling of the structure, and sometimes some closer part were directly classic model and texture.
Modeled and stuff.
Okay. I like the discussion about trying to balance this so it feels like long but not too long. You're trying to convey that sense of scale. It reminds me of the Metal Gear Solid ladder, like the classic ladder. It's like a 3-minute climb or whatever, just straight up. But it's in service of conveying this like sense of scale. Anyway, I quick saved because I wanted to see if I could... Oh, no! They put invisible walls here! Deus Ex invisible wall. God damn it. Oh, I wanted to get a sense of the scale of the thing by really just falling off of it. Oh well. So all of these endings suck. Let's go have a look at our options. Yeah, you can definitely get... You get a lot of what you're going for by looking up in the shaft. Even here, just watching the descent. And as they said, you can't jump on the elevator. But it is moving quite fast. Like, to the point I'm actually getting a little bit of vertigo. And you've got the god rays and stuff going on, all as part of this, like, huge mat. I love looking up the shaft. One of my favorite things to do. Look up the shaft. There is no turning back. And the music cuts. I'm just gonna create a save. I think we just go in here and make our ending choice.
Well, if you remember...
oh, no, never mind.
The comment I had with the hacker scene where I was telling the cinematic director that he couldn't use guns. Actually, this is the only cutscene in the game where he managed to convince me to make Jensen use a gun because he was able to justify it with the dead people. It was taken on the ground and he throws it away before the end of the cutscene. So
we actually had to write it into the cutscene for it that he would find the dead body and find the gun.
Exactly. Yeah.
And what I remember about this particular room is the concept for the High Ground project was originally much bigger. It was supposed to be men and women who were being kind of attached to this computer, and that this entire room would be something reminiscent for me of the Matrix with all the pods and all that. But in the end, I think for production reasons, it ended up getting cut down to just being, the 3 women at the base. And I'm sure there are other High Ground projects within the confines of the station as well, but here's the center core.
From the audio side, this was probably the most challenging map that we had to work with. Numerous reasons. There's a lot of things I love about it. I remember giving the guys the request saying for the drones, I really wanted what I call the poltergeist effect. If you go back to the movie Poltergeist where she's trapped in the TV and it's almost, they call it a reverse delay where you hear this voice coming in and then the real voice comes in. I knew right away I wanted that type of effect for the drones. And managing one of the guys on my team, Yoann Boudreau, I think he lost like, a year of sleep just trying to get this scene to work because there were so many technical problems with the way it had been constructed. It was constructed so it would work, but without audio in mind, and then he had to find about 100 different workarounds. And there's so many sounds going on, Zhao, talking, the turrets going around. Pretty much just so much sound to manage, and he had a really hard time, and I got to give him a lot of credit. Like, getting this map to kind of work and not sound like just a huge mess was amazing.
And the other interesting audio trick we did was the women's voices. We actually had 2 different women doing the Chiron voices, one of whom does all the computers in the game, and the other one actually plays Megan Reed.
Hello, thank you for the raid, Sil. I'm sorry, I wanted to let the cinematic and the cutscene play out and listen to the developer commentary. Hello, hi, you have come in at either the right or the wrong time. This is the end of Deus Ex Human Revolution, the final bits and pieces. So, we are talking spoilers, we're talking everything that's been going on in the story. So, this is your warning. If you joined and don't want to be spoiled on a 14-year-old game for the original release. 12 for the director's cut release, which is what we're playing, with developer commentary on. So yeah, you've made it right at the end. We're doing the final boss.
Alpha pod security in place. To access Alpha pod, purge tertiary pods.
Okay.
I must be the one to alter the signal. Once I do, the council will welcome me with open arms. No! Protect Mother! Stay away! Stay away!
I can hear that kind of poltergeist effect that they wanted.
Pod 3 safe.
You have to have been better served keeping your head down, Jensen.
Turrets are going to be annoying.
Don't hurt anymore. Just no more pain. Please keep him away from me.
Error in system.
Iron is weakening.
Rerouting connection.
Regaining control. I must. Ah!
Reroute complete.
Oh shit. Okay, hang on. So I've never done this boss fight legit before. You can bypass it using the laser rifle and just kill Zhao through the glass.
Do you see where honor and ambition lead you? To a hole miles deep in the ocean. About to meet your end. And powerless.
Okay.
I don't like it here. I don't like it. It's so cool down here. Show us the light, Mother. Where's the light? I must fight this.
Oh shit! Get out of here! I didn't even realize these could break.
ACHE levels are critically low. How much longer will it be, Mother? I wanna go home!
Okay. Now with that done...
But to eliminate you, you have ruined everything.
For so long. Error in system. Rerouting. Connection. Reroute complete.
Okay, I don't have any more battery items, so this will have to be quick and careful.
Taiyo will dominate the market. Sorrow will no longer be a thorn in my side.
That's all that you can think of right now, huh?
Results of the diagnostics are inconclusive. I feel bad. Vital signs.
Oh, Zhao.
No, this is not normal. I just want to be normal.
Okay. This should be it.
Warning. Pod 1 safety purge in progress. Stand by. Diagnostic warning. Tertiary pods are offline. Primary security measures disabled. Power surge detected.
Oh, that's a cool visual.
Levels and rising. Preparing for discharge sequencing. Warning. Electrical charge subcritical and rising. Electric discharge sequence initialized.
It's happening. It's compromised. No, wait. It's initiating emergency protocols. You don't know the resources they have at their disposal, Jensen. Despite those special genetics, you have been in over your head the whole time. Initiate dissipation protocol. You see, there is no way you can defeat the system. There is nothing you can do to stop.
Warning. Electrical charge subcritical and rising. Halfway to discharge sequence. Warning. Primary.
Okay.
Secondary security measures activated. Evacuate area.
You still cannot reach it, Jensen. There are too many contingencies built into the system. You and I have both failed.
Too many contingencies? Well, it seems like the contingencies aren't working out all that great for you. Electricity means nothing to me. You can see why I ended up cheesing this fight and why that's like the only thing I can think of.
I will not lose this. It's not right. I have worked too long. Stop now. You want the glory.
I don't have any frags. Oh no.
It is all mine. I have given everything for this.
Yeah, Jolteon moment.
Failure imminent. Warning. Electrical charge approaching critical level. Discharge imminent. Clear area.
There we go. Put an end to this.
So with this cutscene, we spent a lot of time because we really wanted to make sure that in the explosion, Jensen gets hurt. Because we had a different idea for the ending. We wanted to actually have it be more playable with the player feeling Jensen being hurt and struggling and affecting the emotion.
Buttons, yeah.
And not just pressing buttons. So we really had to make him get hurt in this cutscene. But all for naught, because ultimately we ended up kind of cutting that ending plan.
Exactly.
Didn't we? Oh well.
Bummer. The Hiron Project has been defeated. And now here we are. Deus Ex Human Revolution's famous ending. By which I mean, it is literally push button, receive ending.
It is not the end of the world, but you can see it from here.
Eliza? What are you doing here?
It is my job to monitor and report on the news, Adam. Before Darrow smothered everything with his signal, the whole world was tuned into this place, including me.
The broadcast. I have to stop it.
I know. Please, come closer. Do you know where we are, Adam? We are at the fulcrum point, when society lies in the balance. Hugh Darrow hoped to tip the scales one way, by telling the world everything you already know. About the biochip, the Illuminati, everything. He believed knowing the truth would convince mankind to abandon research into human enhancement technologies forever.
It would certainly give them reason to fear it.
Indeed. Darrow's confession is ready to send. If you want, I can wideband it across all media as soon as you shut down the signal. Everything you worked so hard to uncover will be exposed. But only if you deactivate the broadcast using this control. However, if you desire, I can alter Darrow's message. Conceal the creation of the biochip while putting in new content.
Content blaming the humanity front, like Seraph suggested.
The organization has already admitted to harboring terrorists. It would be easy to convince people they turn to biological warfare in a more desperate attempt to get rid of augmented people.
But why? What would that achieve?
In time, it could shift the focus of hatred onto people whose prejudices are seen as too extreme, leaving corporations free to experiment with human evolution as they desire. But if you want me to perform this edit for you, you must disengage the signal and activate the video edit function from here. Alternatively, Darrow's message can be adjusted to erase all mention of the power group known as the Illuminati. I can report that lack of proper regulation allowed vast quantities of neuropozyne to become contaminated prior to reaching the market.
Taggart's preference. You think the world will buy a made-up story about neuropozyne poisoning?
You might be surprised by what people believe. I can convince them. And having experienced the negative effects of corporate negligence firsthand, a majority of people might force the world to place harsh restrictions on all human enhancement research. But only if you disengage the signal and activate the video edit function from here. Of course, there is another option. This passage leads to Panchaea's pressure regulation controls. Destroy them and the installation will cave in on itself, overwhelmed by the weight of the ocean pressing against it. Everyone inside the structure will die.
That's a solution?
No one will be left to tell the world what happened, Adam. Nobody will be able to spin the story.
Including me.
The choice is yours. Do you believe you have the wisdom to choose an appropriate future for mankind? Or do you trust mankind to find the answers on its own?
None of these options are offering that choice of, oh, do you believe that they can find answers on their own, or do they have to be directed? Bastards. All of this sucks. There is no good selection out of these three, because it's either, you know, Darrow spins this and tries to get augmentation research, like, banned forever, and, you know, that's just not a cogent viewpoint to have, given that, in effect, they think things like glasses are a problem. Seraph's option sucks, because it involves lying to everybody, and just, you know, mass manipulation. Taggart's option sucks worse, because it's even more mass manipulation. I don't like that this is looking like the most appealing option. Just go down the passage and destroy Panchaea. Let's listen to the commentary track. And then I'm going to create a manual save again, because there's an achievement for seeing all of the endings. So there's the quick save, and Oh yeah, no, commentary note.
So this is the very final room of the game, so it's very important for us to have a memorable room, something that you would that would kind of like, stay in your mind after you're done playing the game. So we kind of wanted to bring back a lot of the visual themes of the game, the black and gold, the weirdness of some of the architecture and the art installation and all that. And it started as a as a very, might I say, kind of basic kind of control room at the beginning. It was like this kind of technical, kind of grayish computer room, and then we just said, that's going to be just way too ordinary, and we transformed it into this crazy Tetris-like thing that I think worked out pretty well.
It works really well, and like we alluded in our last comment, like our goal has never been to just simply be pushing buttons here. Like it was all about working when Sarif was asking something, when Taggart was asking for something else, and doing those things would open and trigger kind of those endings. But like we said earlier, we had to cut and make things simpler. So we knew that by pushing the buttons, it would be kind of feel cheap and some players would be disappointed. But it was that or not having endings at all. So we had to make those kind of, like I would say, necessary decisions that were not the creative ideas behind
our original intention.
Exactly. And also and as you go into the final cutscenes, you might like them, you might not like them, but actually for us it was more to give the endings in the players' hands, in the sense that what do you really think is going to happen with your decision? Like how do you believe that humankind is going to be able to pull that off and everything? And the cutscenes themselves are there to illustrate the pattern of human beings, like what they did in the past, what they're doing today, and where do you think they're going, and if it fits with what you envision for.
And it's kind of there to show you that science fiction is always commenting on reality in a safe place.
Exactly.
But it's actually reflecting reality, and we wanted at this point with these ending cutscenes to say, hey, all this time you've been playing a game, but the issues are very real, and look, it's in our own history.
And that's exactly why we chose to go with live footage, because it's almost as if you can see a bit the game as almost as a dream, like in the sense that it's a stylized version of reality, yet dealing with very real themes, like you're saying, Mary. But then at the end, we thought about it. Do we go with CGI? Do we, and then we said, hey, how about we go with real life footage? Because now we're showing you the results of what you experience in the game, but what it does in real life. So let's go with live footage. And I know some people weren't too keen on that once the game came out, but this is something that I'm adamant about, that I really think was the right choice.
Exactly.
I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, because to me too, it was like those endings are going to be, you love them or you hate them.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that.
But they won't leave you indifferent.
Yeah.
And that was our goal. So those endings are very polarizing, and I think in the end it achieved what we wanted. But I want to add one more thing, like as you'll watch them probably in a couple of seconds, the original footage, we had more shocking imagery that was included, and for some reasons, editorial reasons, we had to rearrange them to make them, I would say, more politically correct. And I'm happy. Like, I wasn't happy when I had to do that, but I was happy how we managed to maintain the heart of the essence of the message. We didn't compromise on that. So hope you enjoyed this commentary. It's probably the last comment you will hear, or like
not
because if you go in the room on the other side, there's another comment. So
that's true.
Regardless, hope you enjoyed it, and you had fun to learn about a little bit more about the SX Human Revolution. So
peace.
See you.
I do like that. I like the ambition of the thing, right? The kind of intent of, we can go for a kind of open-ended thing that reflects back on history and what we could learn from it and all this. I think that there is a noble intention there. I'm not convinced it will work out, having not remembered any of these endings. But all of these options suck. Let's go see the final commentary node and hear about the final option.
Here on this corridor, this is where you can go for the player choice, where you just try to sync the Panchea facility. Like we said in an earlier comment, like in the outro of the Iron Project cutscenes, where you see Jensen being thrown to the wall, it was our way to make sure that Jensen would be injured and like still alive, but really struggling, because our original intention was to have the player play Jensen like crawling on
wounded
and on the floor and getting to there, and as he would go to there, if the other characters like Serif, Taggart, and Darrow would be alive, they would go in the info link and go like, Jensen, what are you doing? Like, no, don't do this. And also Eliza as an hologram was supposed to walk with you and accompany you through that choice, and the goal was to make it so that deciding to put an end to all of this and maybe alluding to will Jensen survive this as well or not was something that was super important. It's a big decision, and we wanted to make it last and have this feeling at the other people trying to pull you in the other direction to make that choice even more weighty, more substantial, etc. But in the end,
all good intentions.
Yeah, and it would have been amazing to see Jensen, to see the camera struggling so much, like feeling that he struggles, and seeing Eliza like all kind of calm walking. It would have been a really nice contrast.
Yeah. But,
maybe they'll get it right in the movie.
Yeah, so again, like if that is the last comment you listen to, hope you enjoyed this commentary.
Thank you for listening to us chat.
See you soon.
And I'll go watch the movie.
Okay, so I like that they conveyed that original vision for the endings very well as well. I think I would have liked that concept a little bit more, where it felt like Jensen struggling and you had these opportunities, and Serif and Taggart and all them talking to you in your info link. All of these options would be extremely cool. As I've said, though, all of these endings suck. Also, my game just crashed. I'm not kidding. My game just crashed. Is that an ending? Is that the ending that we want? We pick none of them. No endings. You get nothing. You lose. Good day. Gets absolutely nothing. Okay, let's boot up the game again. I can't believe that happened. all the human revolves forever. I'm pretty sure I just had I had a quick save. Was Hugh Darrow just a millionaire? I thought he was a billionaire. Anyway, no good options. All of these suck. Let's see how much they suck when we actually watch them. We're gonna start by destroying we're gonna destroy the facility.
If you do this, the world will be left with questions and may never reach a consensus. Are you sure this is your choice? We have little time left, Adam. And might I say, it has been a pleasure.
Do I trust mankind to save itself? That's what Eliza was asking. The truth is, I don't know. After everything I've seen, all the fighting and the chaos around me, I only know what I want to believe. Somehow, human decency will triumph. These past few months, I've faced many life-threatening situations. I could have given up many times, but my need to know the truth, to uncover the secrets that others were hiding, and to survive forced me to keep on going. Most of the time, I tried to keep my values in mind, knowing my actions did not have to harm others. I held on to my humanity, resisting the urge to abuse power or resources in order to meet my goals. And in the end, I got the job done. But does this mean I have the right to choose for everyone? No. Because it isn't up to me. It isn't up to Darrow, Sarif, or Taggart either. Ordinary men and women will have to decide together what course mankind should take. The kind of people who time and time again have picked and chosen the future in highly practical ways, slowing change when it's negative, speeding it up when it's good. Can they do it again? I don't know. But I do know I'm not about to let anyone in this station, myself included, stand in their way.
Boy, if only half of that imagery actually connected to the things that he was saying. There was some of it did. But then a lot of it was just completely disconnected. That was crap. Let's see the next one. Hey Siri, roll a D3. How about this then? Hey Siri, pick a number between 1 and 3. Number 3.
If you do this, first-hand experience with corporate negligence on such a grand scale may convince mankind to enact harsh restrictions on human enhancement research. Are you sure this is your choice?
I guess so.
So be it then.
Freedom. To those who don't have it, it's more valuable than gold. But where should it start and end? We humans often think we have the right to expand, absorb, convert, or possess anything we need to reach our dreams. But time and time again, hasn't this led to conflicts with others who essentially believe the same thing? Looking back on the challenges I faced, at the way I often resolve them, I realize morality can become our saving grace. Most of the time, didn't I try to keep my values in mind, knowing how my actions would affect others? More often than not, I resisted the urge to abuse power and resources simply to reach my goals more swiftly. I managed to hang on to my humanity, but the temptation to ignore it was always there. It's that temptation that so worries Taggart. He's not afraid of freedom. He's afraid of the chaos that erupts when individuals have nothing but morality to constrain them. He wants us to regulate enhancement technologies because he fears all that power, without limits, without guide rails to keep us from abusing it. Absolute freedom is no better than chaos. Society needs laws and regulations to protect it. So if the men and women behind Taggart need to work in the shadows, pulling strings to enable us to head in a safe direction, will supporting them be all that bad? If they're as wise as Taggart says, how bad will their leadership be? I just hope they stand by what they say.
Also rubbish. I don't know why I found that funny. Just the dramatic door close. Yeah, also sucks. I'm thinking about the Assassin's Creed and that, you know, nothing is true, everything is permitted is not a commandment towards absolute freedom. It is a, like, philosophically, it's a, like, a call to be responsible. That, like, you should be using your powers responsibly. You should do all of these things to, like, benefit other people. Just rubbish. Taggart, rubbish. Your philosophy is not compelling. It's heads or tails for the final two messages. It's Seraph or Darrow. Heads for Seraph, tails for Darrow. Hey Siri, flip a coin. It's heads.
If you do this, the focus of hatred may shift to those responsible for unleashing biological warfare, leaving corporations free to experiment with human evolution. Are you sure this is your choice?
Sorry, are you framing that as a bad thing? The focus of hatred may shift to those responsible for unleashing biological warfare, but corporations will still exist. What an insane framing! So stupid. Shouldn't, like, are you saying that we shouldn't hate people who are unleashing biological warfare on people? Because that's, bad. Fucking hell.
So be it then.
Seraph was right about one thing. It's in our nature to want to rise above our limits. Think about it. We were cold, so we harnessed fire. We were weak, so we invented tools. Every time we met an obstacle, we used creativity and ingenuity to overcome it. The cycle is inevitable. But will the outcome always be good? I guess that will depend on how we approach it. These past few months, I was challenged many times. But more often than not, didn't I try to keep morality in mind, knowing that my actions didn't have to harm others? Time and time again, didn't I resist the urge to abuse power and resources simply to achieve my goals more swiftly? In the past, we've had to compensate for weaknesses, finding quick solutions that only benefit a few. But what if we never need to feel weak or morally conflicted again? What if the path Seraph wants us to take enables us to hold on to higher values with more stability? One thing is obvious. For the first time in history, we have a chance to steal fire from the gods. To turn away from it now, to stop pursuing a future in which technology and biology combine, leading to the promise of a singularity, would mean to deny the very essence of who we are. No doubt the road to get there will be bumpy, hurting some people along the way. But won't achieving the dream be worth it? we can become the gods we've always been striving to be. We might as well get good at it.
Embryo imagery. It's back. Better. This is the best option out of the three so far. It's just like, yes, we have like continually created and invented tools that allow us to bypass our limitations. This has always been the way. And it is good, actually, that we do that. It's good that we keep trying to progress and improve ourselves. And then... then it goes off the rails. Sucks. It still kind of sucks. It sucks less than the other ones. But, like, the actual actions involved in that also involve, like, lying to a lot of people and... You know. I don't know, is it morally justified? Maybe. The framing of this... Like, in the context of that message, though, like, framing it like this is so insane. Though... I guess that's also Eliza's whole thing. Like, Eliza has a spin. Her whole thing was engineered by the Illuminati. So she's trying to convince people, like, whoa, what if this is bad?
Those responsible for unleashing biological warfare, leaving corporations free to experiment with human evolution. Are you sure this is your choice?
Let me think about it.
Bad. That's a bad framing of that. It is deliberate on the part of Kassan, though. I'm convinced. Darrow's message.
If you do this, the unadulterated truth in Darrow's confession may well convince mankind to cast all science and technology aside, to ensure that future generations grow up free and whole. Are you sure this is your choice?
Cast aside all technology. All of science and technology. Because one man abused trust and power. It's not an unreasonably likely outcome. But also, like, fuck me dead. It's such disgusting framing from Kassan. Again, I know this is deliberate, because, like, listen to how she frames the Taggart one.
If you do this, first-hand experience with corporate negligence on such a grand scale may convince mankind to enact harsh restrictions on human enhancement research. Are you sure this is your choice?
It sounds so neutral. She's like, oh, but it's the Illuminati choice, so, you know, there might be restrictions on human enhancement research. But, you know, it means that people won't be able to run amok and there'll be order and stuff. Doesn't that sound nice?
Let me think about it.
Let me think about it. Final one.
The unadulterated truth in Darrow's confession may well convince mankind to cast all science and technology aside, to ensure that future generations grow up free and whole. Are you sure this is your choice? So be it then.
Albert Einstein said, technological progress is like an axe in the hands of a pathological criminal. Took me a while, but I finally see his point.
Stop. What? He's not saying that about technological progress itself. He's saying that in the hands of a pathological criminal, it becomes like an axe. Not that technological progress in and of itself is like an axe. You fucking... It's such audacious misquoting that it's making me actively mad.
How often have we chased the dream of progress only to see it perverted? More often than not, haven't the machines we built to improve life shattered the lives of millions?
There's a salient point there.
And now we want to turn that dream on ourselves to fundamentally improve who we are. Experience has shown me how dangerous that can be. How many times in the Call of Duty did I almost fall into the trap of taking shortcuts, abusing my abilities or the resources at hand? I resisted. Barely at times, because I valued human lives and considerations. Can I truly despise others who fall? Technology offers us strength. Strength enables dominance, and dominance paves the way for abuse. Darrow understood this. He knew that using technology to become something more than we are risks losing our ability to love, aspire, or make moral choices. The very things that make us human. It also risks giving some men the power to make others what they choose, regardless of the cost to human dignity. The suffering Darrow inflicted is not the end of the world. It is merely the seed for change. And change never comes without pain.
Rubbish. That's a rubbish ending. It's the rubbish ending. It's made of garbage. Wow. There's some real trash in those endings. But that is... Yes. There is a salient point in saying that the machines that and progress that we have made come off of, like, there's a cost. There is a very real human cost. It comes off of the back of other people. In a lot of cases, this is true. It is still true today. There is a lot of, like, mineral exploitation that's going on. There's, like, conflict minerals are a thing. And some of them are very much in demand to make things like semiconductors. This doesn't mean that the technology is bad, but it does mean that there are conditions around it that are bad, that we should be maybe aware of those things, that we should be aware of and try to fix those things, because they are not inevitable. There is something in the framing of this that seems to suggest it is inevitable. It is not. Anything like that is a choice. It is a choice that we have made. We can choose otherwise. But the conditions of capitalism don't often make that possible. They don't make it possible for the end user, I should say. The conditions of capitalism are a race to the bottom, where everyone is exploited maximally, and it's all in the service of the line go up. Okay. Wow. One okay ending, one good-ish ending, and two abysmally bad ones. Of this analysis, this is okay. No one spins the truth, but nobody knows for certain. we have to make choices as a collective that will, like, determine our direction forward. Fine. This is the fine option. This is like the okay-ish option. Which, I hate saying that. And both of these are bad. Like, this one's like, we directly paved the path to fascism and total authoritarianism. But it's the Illuminati, so that's fine.
If you do this, the focus of hatred may shift to those responsible for unleashing biological warfare, leaving corporations free to experiment with human evolution. Are you sure this is your choice?
Utterly deranged. Completely deranged framing.
So be it then.
We'll play this one again. This is canon now.
It's in our nature to want to rise above our limits. Think about it. We were cold, so we harnessed fire. We were weak, so we invented tools. Every time we met an obstacle, we used creativity and ingenuity to overcome it. The cycle is inevitable. But will the outcome always be good? I guess that will depend on how we approach it. These past few months, I was challenged many times. But more often than not, didn't I try to keep morality in mind, knowing that my actions didn't have to harm others? Time and time again, didn't I resist the urge to abuse power and resources simply to achieve my goals more swiftly? In the past, we've had to compensate for weaknesses, finding quick solutions that only benefit a few. But what if we never need to feel weak?
This is where you lose me, Adam.
What if the path Sarif wants us to take enables us to hold on to higher values with more stability? One thing is obvious. For the first time in history, we have a chance to steal fire from the gods. To turn away from it now, to stop pursuing a future in which technology and biology combine, leading to the promise of a singularity, would mean to deny the very essence of who we are.
You've lost me fully at this point.
No doubt the road to get there will be bumpy, hurting some people along the way.
You had me in the beginning. No.
Be worth it.
Hey, look, it's an ass.
We can become the gods we've always been striving to be.
Become as gods.
We might as well get good at it.
I don't think there's no good ending, I don't think. This is the least bad ending, and it's still bad. Like, Jensen's philosophizing at the end about the singularity and stuff like that. Rubbish. Complete trash. Absolute garbage. I hate that is the best option. And yet, everything else is so measurably worse. I don't want to be a god, I just want to mitigate my astigmatism. Yes! For the first time in history, we can do the thing we wrote mythology about several centuries BC. I didn't even catch that. It's such a stupid... That's such a stupid point of view. Oh, tell you what, a lot of the writing in this game is good, but those endings are some of the writing of all time. And I don't mean that affectionately. Well, this is the credits. We made it. This is the last stream that I'm going to be doing in this house. It's the last stream of the Deus Ex series. You didn't miss anything of value. No, nothing of value was missed. Those endings all just completely with it. There's a lot of good writing, everything everywhere else, but With this technology, I can finally rebuild my liver after it gets pecked out by a bird every day. If there... No, no! Technology is good. It is always good. The ways the technology that is used and the conditions required to create it are not always good. These statements do not conflict with each other in any way. Going through this with the developer commentary was fun. Getting Factory Zero was fun. There's a lot of, like, genuinely good stuff. My favorite line in there was Jensen finally realizing that you can use morality. Like, wow. Humans can make choices. Think about it. Oh. Ah, fuck. Thank you to all these people who worked very hard on making this game that is excellent in a lot of places and just has there's a completely dogshit ending and a lot of stuff that philosophically isn't coherent. I can't blame you. Sometimes that happens. But what a weird, interesting game. Weird, good, interesting game. I think what I'll end up doing is... Actually, you know what? I don't know what I'm gonna do from here. I think I need to just wrap this up. Because, yeah, last stream here at this house. I'm moving house. It's happening this weekend. Which I'm a little bit nervous about. We're gonna see how it goes. Then, it's fitting that this is the end to it. Kind of glad that we had just enough timing for it. Sorry, enough time to get away with doing this bit, and you know, we've done Factory Zero. We got all of the endings. I got the Legend achievement, which is for completing the game on the hardest difficulty without ever changing the difficulty. So it was a good run for getting achievements. I got balls. That was an achievement. I think there's a few others. What other... Yeah, get all the endings, completed on the hardest difficulty, Factory Zero. You wanna show me any of the other achievements? Oh yeah, the Casey augmentation, that old adage. Performed a takedown on Burke without being detected. Backstage pass, learned scholar, gun nut, Italian AD. It was the one quest that I actually didn't ever do. Acquaintances forgotten. Sorry, the second quest that I didn't actually ever do. Diamond Chan. Found the hidden story items in Megan's office. Balls. Yeah, there was like 10, 15 achievements over the course of this run. It's not bad at all. Especially on like a replay. Just kind of wait for the credits to end, and then I'll wrap this up. So hey, thank you so much for coming out and watching the streams. With the move that I mentioned, I will be away until next week at this point in time. I'll be available on Discord if you're a friend and want to get in touch. But generally speaking, I will not be making myself available more than a bit. Don't worry, I'm just moving house. Taking care of business. If you want to support the stream, I am always super appreciative of folks who can do that. I will drop a little link in the chat. We can do this. Yeah. Well, I have the Discord linked as well there. This is part of the EvieVeevee's Games Club, or the Video Games Club. I haven't fully decided. I think I'm going to stick with Video Games Club. But the aim is to play through a game that the community selects once every month. For the full month is how long the Games Club does its games for. So even with a longer game like this, there's a whole month of time to sit down and enjoy some new experiences, some old ones revisited, and talk about them in like a serious way, like taking their philosophy seriously, taking their design seriously, all of that. Those are the goals. We do that in the Discord. I'd love to have more people joining in with the club. For stream support, though, you can support me using the Ko-fi link. It'd be greatly appreciated, just because moving is a lot. I frequently will put these towards both like bills and stuff, as well as like occasionally, you know, stuff for the community, games to give away and that sort of thing. It all kind of comes together. A big thank you to everybody who does already support me. Big thank you to everybody who came out and watched. Human Revolution is still one of my favorite games. There's still a lot going for it that I think overrides a lot of how I feel about those endings. The philosophical incoherence is mostly what's driving me crazy here. Is just that there's stuff in here that if you were to seriously examine it, you seriously examine those arguments, they don't make any goddamn sense. It's just my onion. I'm hydrating, by the way, Arctic. You're welcome. I'm gonna figure out where my new house is. Yeah, good luck. New place has a lot of perks, actually, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. I know where you work, so it's fine. Yeah. No need to remind me. My Immortal referenced? Hold on.
You worry too much, Morgan. There's nothing we can't manage given time. She's here. I have to cut this short. Keep going through the wreckage. Maybe we'll find something we can use for the Morpheus initiative. Come in. Dr. Reed. We're so pleased you decided to join us.
Where else could I go?
No regrets, my dear. As Ariadne told Theseus before he entered the Minotaur's labyrinth, always forward, never left or right. you'll be very interested in our current project. We're breaking new ground.
Yes, the nanite virus chimera is quite intriguing. I'm looking forward to seeing the hybrid project up close, Mr. Page.
And so you shall. But please, call me Bob.
Thanks, Bob. You watched the entire credit list and saw the surprise at the end. There's the final achievement that I'm getting on this run. Is this the kill screen? Oh, is it playing? It's playing music from the original game, isn't it? Yep. Incredible. You can actually hear people whistling that throughout the game. Good God. Alright. Thank you, everybody. Who is Bob? Bob Page from Deus Ex 1. He's one of the Majestic 12. Like, he is also Illuminati. Womp womp. Megan Reed has gone to work for the Illuminati. We've got the reference to the original game. That's all sorted out for you. Alright. I gotta exit game. I gotta get out of here. Goodbye. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye.